Chapter 1. Iris walked to her clinic, enjoying the main street of Nowhere, Texas. The community had needed a doctor so badly, they'd been willing to accept her, a new doctor and a female to boot. She knew she could show them all just how good a woman doctor could be. She just needed someone to give her a chance. Why had they sent off for her if they hadn't been willing to see her with their medical issues? She'd been in town for over a week now, and she'd seen exactly 3 patients, all pregnant women. She didn't know how to get it through the thick skulls of the townspeople that she was a real doctor, not just a midwife. Why, just on Sunday she'd heard a story of a man in town being kicked in the head by his horse. Someone had immediately left to get a doctor, but the nearest doctor was 5 hours away by wagon. That meant he'd made a 10-hour round-trip drive. By the time he returned with the doctor, the poor man had been dead for 3 hours. Iris was certain if people would just bring her some patients, she could do a good job helping them. She'd been at the top of her class all through medical school, and her internship had been nothing short of fabulous. She was good at what she did. She just needed patients so she could prove it. She sighed as she opened the door to her office. Someday soon, people would realize she had the ability to help, and they would be beating down her door. At least that was her dream. Her nurse and receptionist, Miss Edna Petunia Blue, was still asleep, so Iris put the open sign in her window and sat down at the desk in the front room. There were 2 examination rooms in the back, and there were 3 chairs in a waiting room up front. Iris snickered. People waiting? No one waited for her, because she was always sitting around sharpening pencils instead of seeing patients. Iris picked up a book from Edna Petunia's desk, where she sat comfortably. Hyacinth's newest book was finally finished, and she was going to read it today, since she really had nothing else to do. It didn't take her long to become engrossed in her sister's words. She told a tale of love between a young farmer's daughter and a cowboy passing through on a cattle drive. It was lunchtime before she stood and stretched. She took the open sign out of the window and left her office, closing her door sadly. She would rather have people bleeding all over her office than sit around reading a book all day. She hated sitting idly. She found a pot of soup on the stove, but Edna Petunia was nowhere to be found. The older lady, whose age was somewhat undetermined due to her changing how old she was every so often, had once been her older sister Violet's traveling companion. It had seemed like a natural progression for her to move from Seattle to Texas with Iris to work for her. Iris ate her lunch alone, wishing for companionship. She'd have been happy even to have a letter to read. Who would have thought that after so many years of school, she would start working only to be the loneliest woman on the planet? She washed out her bowl before walking back to the office. She didn't have time to put the open sign in the window before a man ran into the office. "My daughter's arm is broken." "Where's Doc Sullivan?" He was a young man who looked terribly upset. Iris grabbed her bag. "I'm Dr. Sullivan." "Where is she?" The man stared at her for a moment. "You can't be the doctor." "I was part of the committee who hired the doc, and the man's name was Sullivan." She smiled sweetly, forcing herself not to say what she wanted to say. Why could a woman not use her initial for professional reasons? "I'm Dr. Iris Sullivan." "Where's my patient?" Francis Harvey crossed his arms over his chest and glared. "You're wasting my time, woman. There's no way I'm taking my daughter to see a woman doctor. She's got a broken arm. I promise you, she's only 10 and she's not pregnant. I'm as qualified as any male doctor. I have a diploma from a prominent medical school to prove it. I am not, and never will be, a midwife. Now where is my patient?" Iris was about to lose her self-control. She'd known people would have a hard time with a female doctor in the area, but this was ridiculous. He was allowing his daughter to suffer longer than she needed to so he could argue with her. "I'll drive Mally to a real doctor. No woman doc is ever going to touch my girls." He turned to storm out of the office, but she grabbed his arm to hold him there. "So you're going to put your daughter, whose arm is broken, into a wagon and make her sit in agony for 5 hours so she can have a man who has the same credentials I do set her arm? Are you really so stubborn and uncaring about your daughter's well-being?" Iris would say or do whatever she needed to keep that little girl from hurting more than necessary. What kind of father would do that to his child? When her arm is mended, why don't you tie her to a tree and whip her as well? It wouldn't be as painful. Francis turned and glared at the doctor. Who do you think you are? I think I'm a doctor, and I have the ability to help your girl's pain. Please, mister. Let me help your daughter. She would treat the girl for free if she had to. Money didn't matter to her and never had. She just wanted to help people. Francis stared at the woman for another minute before nodding. She was a tiny little thing, but she seemed to really care. Mally's arm was already broken. She couldn't hurt her more, could she? Finally he nodded. Yes, but I swear to you now, if you hurt my daughter I will make certain you never have another patient in this town. You understand there will be some pain as I set the arm? Iris didn't want him to think she could prevent any pain, and he needed to know there was always pain with the setting of an arm. I mean if you hurt her worse than absolutely necessary or let her arm grow wrong. Then take me to your daughter please. Iris rushed out of the office to the man's old farm wagon, climbing up herself as he took his seat. Before her internship, she wasn't certain she could have climbed up on her own, but she'd had plenty of practice as she'd worked with old Doc Blanton. Francis drove as quickly as he could toward the ranch. He hated for his babies to be in any kind of pain. How far is it to your house? Francis shrugged. Takes about 30 minutes to get there. What's your daughter's name? She asked, trying to put the man at ease. He was obviously so concerned about his girl. She knew her own father would have reacted the same way to one of his daughters being in pain. Mally Harvey. I've set many bones since I finished up medical school, Mr. Harvey. I assure you, she's in good hands. Just as they were on the outskirts of town, Iris saw Edna Petunia talking to an old cowboy. Stop. Francis stopped and glared at her. If you're going to tell me you need to use an outhouse, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait. Document. Iris didn't think his comment was even worth responding to, so she didn't. Edna Petunia, she called. When Edna turned, she slid over toward Mr. Harvey to make room for her nurse. We have a patient with a broken arm. Edna ran for the wagon as fast as her portly 70-odd-year-old body would allow. You may have seen my Petunia, but you're not going to see my peppermint sticks. Iris wasn't certain what Edna Petunia was referring to as her Petunia, and she was certain she didn't really want to. Behave yourself, Edna Petunia, she whispered before turning to Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey, this is my nurse and companion, Edna Petunia Blue. Edna, this is Mr. Harvey. His daughter has a broken arm, and he's taking us to her. She wanted to ask why Edna had been with some old cowboy instead of going to work, but she wouldn't ask in front of Mr. Harvey. She was afraid of what the answer would be, because one could never predict what would come out of Edna's mouth. It was actually frightening at times. Edna leaned forward and looked at Mr. Harvey. You got all your teeth, boy? Francis blinked at the older woman for a moment. I'm not a boy, but yes, I do have all my teeth. What kind of question was that for a woman to ask him as soon as they were introduced? Edna Petunia elbowed Iris in the side. You should marry this one. Iris wanted to disappear under the seat of the wagon. I'm sure Mr. Harvey is married as he's already indicated he has at least one child. Had he mentioned two? Iris thought he had, but Edna was confusing her. I'm not married, Mr. Harvey told her, a slight grin on his face. I do have 3 girls, though. Edna nodded understandingly. Had yourself a good time and got you 3 bastards? That's all right. I love bastards. The old woman seemed utterly delighted by the mere thought of bastard children. Iris looked at Edna Petunia, not in the slightest bit shocked by the older woman's words. She'd heard Edna talk about how much she loved bastards more than once. Why are you so fond of bastards? She knew it wasn't the time or place for a discussion about this, but she couldn't wait another minute to ask. Edna shrugged. I just think a child without a father needs extra love from everyone around them, so I prefer to give a little bit extra to the bastards of this world. She looked around Iris at Mr. Harvey again. You can count on me to love those little bastard girls, Mr. Harvey. Francis wasn't certain how to respond to the woman. No one had ever questioned him about his girls before. Most assumed, and rightly so, that his wife had died. I'm sorry to disappoint you. My girls aren't bastards. Their mother died giving birth to the youngest. Iris felt her heart go out to the man. She patted his arm. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Harvey. She wanted to tell him she may have been able to help, but she knew it wasn't the time or place. It's been a long time, he answered. Little Katie is already 6. How old is Mally? That's the name of the daughter I'm going to be treating, isn't it? Iris was pretty sure that was the name he'd told her. It was an unusual name, but she liked it. She thought he'd told her the girl's age as well, but she couldn't remember it. She's 10. She's the oldest of the 3. I can't wait to meet all of them. Iris focused on the road ahead of them, very aware of the man beside her. Every time he moved his arm, it brushed up against her. She'd spent her entire life studying hard, knowing she was going to be a doctor when she was finished. There had been no time in her life for boys or romance, so her reaction to him surprised her. She'd begun to think she was incapable of romantic feelings, because she'd never had them. They're good girls, he replied. He looked at Iris out of the corner of his eye. She certainly didn't look like a doctor. She didn't look like someone who should be in Texas either. Not out on the prairie anyway. She was dressed like she belonged in some city. Where you from? Iris smiled, pleased that he was asking questions of her now. He seemed less hostile by the minute, which thrilled her to no end. I was born and raised in Seattle. It's a wonderful place. You came here to be a doctor? He asked. She could have come to Texas for any number of reasons, and became a doctor while there. Yes, I did. She didn't add that no cities would accept her, because she was a woman. What does your husband think of your profession? He couldn't imagine letting his wife work, much less be a doctor. What kind of man would allow that? I'm not married. Edna leaned forward again. See? I told you. Marry him. Iris blushed profusely. What man wanted to marry a doctor? No, she'd be a spinster like Edna Petunia, and she knew it. I'm too busy with my medical practice to marry. Edna snorted. Busy? Why, you almost never have patients, and when you do, they just want you to be a midwife. Why did you go to school for so long, just to be a midwife? You've got doctor training, girl. Iris smiled, patting Edna's arm. I know I do. The townsfolk will come around eventually. When they see that I do a good job, they'll stop driving 5 hours to see another doctor. Iris hoped she was right. It was awful to sit in her office all day without seeing a single patient. Why, she was ready to start praying for a flu epidemic just so she'd have someone to treat. When they finally pulled up to Mr. Harvey's house, she jumped down without waiting to be helped and walked to the door. He was there before her, pushing it open. Girls? Dr. Sullivan is here. Iris had no idea what to expect when she walked into the Harvey home, but what she saw surprised her. 3 little girls sat together at the table, the oldest couldn't have been older than 9. How old had he said she was? She turned to Mr. Harvey, glaring at him. How old are your daughters? Francis saw the fury in the doctor's eyes, and had to keep from taking a step back. What was her problem? Mally is 10, Eddie is 8, and Katie is 6. Why? The oldest girl cradled her arm to her chest, looking like it was taking everything she had not to cry. Iris forgot her upset with their father and immediately rushed to her patient's side. You need to let me look at it, Mally. Mally stared at Iris with big brown eyes that were swimming with tears. Pa said he was going to bring back the new doctor. She cradled her arm tighter against her, obviously afraid to let Iris look at it. Iris dropped to her knees beside the girl, trying again to look at her arm. I'm Dr. Sullivan. Please let me look at it. Edna Petunia rushed forward, pulling a peppermint stick from her cleavage. If you're good, I'll let you have a piece of candy. Iris closed her eyes, knowing where the candy had come from. When would Edna listen to her and start putting peppermint sticks in a paper sack? She didn't think anyone, even a child of 10, would want to eat a peppermint stick covered in sweat. Mally smiled, distracted from her pain for a moment. I'd like that. Iris looked at her young patient and sighed. She hated a child's first impression of her to be pain, but this time it couldn't be helped. Mally, I'm going to have to set your arm. Do you know what that means? She asked, her voice soft. Mally shook her head. Will it hurt? Iris nodded. I won't lie to you. It's going to hurt a lot. More than anything that you've ever felt in your whole life. But after it's done, it's going to start feeling better, and I'm going to give you something you can take for the pain. She had a packet of aspirin in her bag that would make the girl feel a lot better. She didn't believe in giving strong medicines to children. A solitary tear trickled down Mally's face. How come you told me the truth? Usually people lie when you ask if something will hurt, because I want you to know you can always trust me to be honest with you. Iris patted Mally's shoulder gently. Edna Petunia? Will you take the other girls outside, please? She didn't want them to see their older sister in the kind of pain she was about to be in. Edna nodded. Come along, girls. She led them to the door. Do you girls know of a good place to find flowers around here? There should be some in bloom by now, shouldn't there? Eddie and Katie each took one of Edna's hands and led her from the house. The last thing Iris heard before the door closed was, I'll bet I can pick more flowers than either of you. I know how to make them into pretty tiaras that will make you look like princesses as well. Iris smiled. Edna was an odd duck, but she was certainly good with children. Mr. Harvey? Would you help me put Mally on the table? He nodded and walked to the chair where his oldest daughter was sitting. I'll try not to hurt you as I move you, Mally. He scooped his daughter into his arms and placed her gently on the table. Iris opened her bag and removed the small boards she kept there for splinting, along with some strips of gauze, before turning to her patient. This is going to be the worst part, Mally. I know you can be brave for me. Your paw is going to hold you so you don't move around too much, and I'm going to move the bone back into place so that it will heal properly. If I let it heal like it is now, with the bones crooked, you may never be able to use your arm again. This is really important. Mally's eyes were wide as she nodded. Yes, ma'am. Iris closed her eyes and said a quick prayer that everything went easily before nodding to Mr. Harvey. Sit behind her on the table and put your arms around her waist, holding her as still as you can. Let her lean back against you. Francis nodded, hating having to be the one to help with this, but understanding immediately that he needed to be there for his daughter. He moved onto the table and put his arms around Mally, kissing the top of her head. It'll go quick. Mally closed her eyes and leaned back against her father. Iris gripped the girl's arm and pulled her wrist, wincing at the girl's scream of pain. She didn't stop though, and as quickly as she could put the bone in place, feeling it carefully to see if it was straight. When there was no resistance, and no further yells from her patient, she glanced at the girl's face. She's fainted. Iris had never been so happy to say those words in her life. She'd helped set bones many times in medical school, but never on a child so young, and never without a healthy amount of alcohol going into the patient first. As she didn't think young children should be drinking alcohol, she hadn't given any to Mally. Francis closed his eyes, thankful she was out of pain, but hating that she'd been in so much to begin with. You're sure nothing else is wrong? Iris frowned as she repositioned the arm again, sweat standing out on her forehead from the effort it took. You didn't mention anything else could be wrong. How did this happen? She and her sisters were running on their lunch break at school, racing with some of their cousins. Mally went to jump a creek and misjudged the distance, landing hard on her arm. He sighed. The 3 girls walked all the way home to get me, rather than sending someone instead. I wish they'd stayed put and sent one of their older cousins. She didn't hit her head? Iris felt along Mally's arm and smiled. She was certain she had it straight. She reached for the pieces of wood she'd brought with her that she'd leave on for a few days until it was time for the plaster. No. The girls would have told me. Good. I don't see why anything else would be wrong then. She looked at him. Go ahead and lay her head on the table, and come help me over here. Don't you have a nurse to help with these things? Iris cocked an eyebrow at him. My nurse is out taking care of your daughters. I thought you'd want to stay with Mally so she'd be calmer since a stranger is working on her. Francis sighed. He knew she was right, but he hated to admit it. He carefully laid Mally's head on the table before walking around to where she stood. What do you need me to do? Iris carefully positioned the boards like she wanted them. Just hold these boards, don't let them move, not even a bit. I need to wrap them. The whole process took over 30 minutes with him holding as still as he could while she wrapped Mally's arm along with the boards. I'm going to want you to bring her into my office in 2 days. I'll need to check the break and see if it's mending straight. If it is, I'll put a cast on it. If not, we'll have to start all over again. He frowned. It'll mend right. I won't let her move until Wednesday when I bring her in. How are you going to keep her from moving? Are you planning on walking to school with her every day? I'm going to keep her home from school until the cast is on. He didn't like the idea of her missing school, but she needed to. He'd make an exception. What about her chores? Who's going to take care of her during the day? I'll talk to my brother and his wife. I'm sure Tracy will let her daughter Edith come and stay with us to take care of things. Iris made a face. How old is Edith? Old enough to be left with the care of an injured 10-year-old? She still couldn't believe he'd left his 3 daughters to take care of themselves while he'd gone into town to get her, especially with the oldest daughter being injured. Edith's 20. You have a problem with that? He couldn't believe this woman, a doctor of all things, was questioning him. As if she knew more about child rearing than he did. A tiny voice in his head reminded him he knew nothing at all of child rearing, but he ignored the voice in favor of indignation. Iris shook her head. I have no problem with that at all. What I do have a problem with is you leaving your 3 daughters out here alone when the oldest, who is only 10, was injured and could do nothing for the others. Do you want to tell me exactly what you were thinking? Iris's voice got louder and louder as she spoke until the last word was a near shout. I was thinking that I'd be able to get help faster if I went alone and wasn't carting 3 children along. He stepped back, because the doctor was repacking her medical bag, obviously finished. I don't really think you have any room to talk anyway. Your nurse was offering my daughter a peppermint stick that had been in her cleavage. I can just imagine what that thing has been through. Iris sighed. I can't get her to stop doing that. Her voice was exasperated. She said she's been keeping peppermint sticks there for children since before I was born and she wasn't about to stop now. She didn't mention the stories the older woman had told her about how much her former fiancé had enjoyed the peppermint taste when they'd been spark-in. Mally let out a low moan, and Iris turned her attention back to her patient. It's all done. You need to be careful, and your pa is going to bring you into town to see me in 2 days. She helped Mally sit up at the edge of the table. Francis rushed to his daughter's side. I'm going to see if your cousin, Edith, will come stay with you while I work for the next couple of days. I don't want you to have to do any kind of work. I'm so sorry, Pa, Mally whispered, her face white. Oh, baby, you didn't do anything wrong. He carefully gave her a one-armed hug, doing his best not to hurt her. But it's my responsibility to take care of my sisters, and now I can't. You've done a great job. Remember when we all had to stay with Aunt Tracy for a while after Katie was born? This is kind of the same thing. Family helps family. Mally nodded slowly. I just don't want to let you down. You're not letting me down. He kissed her forehead. I need you and your sisters to ride in the wagon back to town with me, and then over to Aunt Tracy's, to get Edith. Iris had been pretending not to overhear the conversation, but she looked up at that. Why don't I stay with your girls while you get your niece? Then you can take me into town without having to worry about how fast you drive with Mally in the wagon. Francis shook his head. I can't ask the town's doctor to watch my girls. You're not asking. I'm offering. She rolled up the sleeves of the dress she was wearing. "I'll fix supper while you're gone as well." She didn't wait for an answer and walked to the stove to add some coal and start a fire. Francis gave her one last look before leaving. He really didn't have a choice. Chapter 2. It was early evening by the time Francis got back with his niece. He left her in the house with them and helped Iris and Edna Petunia into the wagon. "I appreciate you staying with my girls while I went to fetch my niece. I hope you aren't going to charge doctor's rates for the time you were with them," he joked. Iris made a face. "I won't charge you for watching them at all. It's what people do to help each other." She sighed. "How did you manage when their mother died?" He shrugged. "Thankfully my sister had just had a baby, and she was able to act as a wet nurse for Katie. We all stayed with my brother, Andy, and his wife, Tracy. It was a crazy time, because I was working on the ranch every day, and the girls weren't old enough to be in school yet. Your sister-in-law must be a special woman to have been willing to take on 3 extra children that way." "Oh, you wouldn't believe the half of it. Tracy is an amazing woman." He kept glancing past Iris to something, and Iris finally turned to look at Edna. The crown of flowers Edna and the girls had made was slipping, and some of the flowers were hanging low over Edna's right eye. "Edna Petunia, you're losing your crown," Iris whispered softly. "I am not. I thought it would look dashing this way." "Don't you think?" Iris nodded skeptically. "What kind of flower is that anyway?" "The girls called it Texas paintbrush, but I've never heard of it." "That's what it's called around here," Francis agreed. "I don't know if it's the real name or not, but it suits most folks. They're pretty." "They were Catherine's favorite flower," he said without thinking, almost immediately biting his tongue. It was hard for him to speak of his late wife. There had really been no love between them, not like what had developed between Tracy and Andy, and he'd always felt guilty for that. He'd done his best to be a good husband, and she'd been a good wife, but something had always been missing. "Was Catherine your wife?" Iris asked, seeing the pained look on his face. He nodded. This was her favorite time of the year, when the Texas paintbrush was blooming and the days were getting warmer. She never liked the summer or the winter, but said spring was just perfect. "I like summers best, but I haven't lived through a Texas summer yet. I've heard it gets so hot you can fry an egg on your front step." Francis laughed. "That may be so, but I've never tried it. I can tell you, you're going to be praying for a cooling rain right along with the rest of us by mid-June." Iris was pleased to see him laugh. He seemed much too serious to her. "What time will you be bringing Mally into town to see me on Wednesday?" she asked. He frowned. "Oh, I guess I'd better make an appointment." Edna Petunia snorted. "That's not exactly necessary in this town, Mr. Harvey. People are too ignorant to recognize a good doctor when they see one." Francis looked at Iris. "You did a fine job with Mally. I don't think I could have found someone who could have done better." He knew it wasn't ideal for her, but he was glad she hadn't been swamped with patients when he arrived. Iris smiled. "Tell all your friends that, would you? People seem to think that being a woman automatically means I can't be a good doctor. I guess I thought that a few hours ago as well." He shrugged. "Sure, I'll let everyone know." He certainly didn't want to run the risk that she'd leave town looking for more work. They drove the rest of the way to town in silence. He dropped them both off in front of her office, carefully helping both ladies down from the wagon. "I'll see you on Wednesday, right after lunch, Dr. Sullivan." He glanced at Edna and tipped his hat to her. "Miss Blue. Thank you for bringing us back, Mr. Harvey." Iris went into her office, to be certain she'd left everything tidy, before locking the door behind her. As they walked home, Iris asked, "Who was that man I saw you with earlier, Edna Petunia?" "Oh? That old goat? Just some old man who keeps following me around town like a lost puppy." Edna shook her head. "Crazy old man tells me I'm the most beautiful woman he's ever seen. I think you need to check his eyes, Iris. They must be failing him." Iris stifled a giggle. As much as she loved Edna Petunia, she had to agree there. Edna was not any man's dream woman. She was certainly special, though, so Iris just smiled. I've always thought you were beautiful. Edna was very pretty on the inside where it really mattered. Having 7 older sisters had taught Iris a great deal about how people should and shouldn't act. Edna Petunia broke every rule of propriety their mother had ever taught them, but she didn't lie and she didn't pretend things were one way when they were really another. Iris had to admire that about her. Edna made supper while Iris tidied up the house. She'd gotten used to doing for herself in the years she'd lived in dorms. She liked not having servants underfoot all the time. She considered her sister Rose a pampered socialite. She hoped no one ever saw her that way. As soon as supper was over, Edna Petunia jumped to her feet. I think I'll go for a walk. It's too nice a night to stay in. Edna rushed out the door, closing it behind her before Iris could say a word. It just wasn't like Edna to avoid housework. After finishing the dishes by herself, Iris sat at the table and wrote a short letter to her mother. It would have to be good enough until next week. Sometimes there just wasn't enough to write about. She sat for a while with one of her medical books, going over the procedure to remove an appendix again. It was something she'd observed several times, but she'd never done one herself. She wanted to be prepared for anything that came her way. After a while, she glanced at the clock, surprised at how late it was. Edna Petunia was still out. She walked to the window and peered out, and there was Edna wrapped in the arms of the same man she'd seen her with earlier. What was she thinking? Iris stifled a giggle. At her age, if it made her happy, she should do it. Iris went to bed, smiling. She hoped Edna Petunia found another love after all this time. Francis drove slowly the whole way into town, worried that he'd jar Mally's arm. She seemed to be doing better than she had been, but Mally tried so hard to be stoic all the time, it was hard to tell. Are you all right? He asked for the 30th time in 10 minutes. Pa, I'm fine. I was fine the last time you asked, and the time before that. The aspirin has been enough to make me feel all right. Mally gave him a look that seemed to tell him to calm down. Edith had been at the house day and night since the doc had left on Monday. She'd stayed behind to get the laundry finished. She hated being outside hanging clothes on the line while Mally was inside by herself. His niece needed to have her own children soon, or she'd wear out her mothering skills on his. After stopping the wagon in front of Dr. Sullivan's office, he helped Mally down. Is this where the nice lady doctor works, Pa? Mally had talked about nothing but the lady doctor for the past 2 days. The doctor had made a real impression on his daughter. Francis smiled. He was glad Mally still thought the doctor was nice after the way she'd had to hurt her. It is. He pushed the door open to find Edna Petunia sitting at a desk in the front room. He couldn't quite decide what to think of the older woman. She was certainly like no old woman he'd ever met. Edna looked at them both and smiled. How are you feeling, Mally? Lots better. I've done everything the doctor told me to do. Mally walked over to Edna and smiled. Do you have more peppermint sticks? She asked in a whisper. Edna nodded. I never leave home without them. If you're good for Doc Sullivan, I'll let you have another one. I'd like that. Francis wanted to tell Mally to stay away from the odd old woman, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. All 3 of his girls had taken to the crazy woman for reasons he couldn't fathom. Is the doc in? She's back in the examining room, cleaning her doctor supplies. Why, I couldn't tell you. It's not like she has patients in and out of this place all day, every day. Edna pushed to her feet. Francis stepped back from the old woman. When he'd first seen her, he'd thought she looked like a grandmother. Of course, as soon as she opened her mouth, everyone around her knew that she wasn't the grandmotherly sort. She'd make a good eccentric aunt, though. Edna led the way back to the examining room, pushing the door open. Mally's here to see you. Iris turned and beamed at her young patient, her face lighting up. How are you feeling, Mally? She patted the table where she wanted Mally to sit and watched as Mr. Harvey carefully helped his daughter to the edge of the table. I'm doing a whole lot better. It's even less puffy. Iris examined the broken arm carefully. The swelling and bruising are much better. I'm going to need to feel it, and it may hurt a bit. Mally nodded. I know. I'll be brave. Iris stifled a laugh, her eyes meeting Mr. Harvey's over the girl's head. I appreciate that. It's so difficult to have cowards writhing on the floor of my office while I'm trying to examine them. What does writhing mean? Oh, it means rolling around moaning. Iris was careful not to smile as she said the words. Do people really do that? Mally's eyes were wide. Iris leaned forward as if to impart a secret. Only men. Girls are almost always brave. Mally giggled. Pa is brave. Iris shrugged. I'd have to see him hurt to believe it. She looked at Mr. Harvey. The brake seems to be staying in place beautifully. I'm going to go ahead and put a cast on it. The cast cannot get wet at all. Francis nodded. I had a broken arm when I was about her age. I fell out of a tree. Mally looked at her father. You did? I did, and we didn't have a doctor close by back then. My pa had to take me all the way to Austin. He didn't mention the agony that had been involved with the long drive. He'd never have given a woman doctor a chance if he hadn't remembered how painful that drive was. Do you remember your pa? Mally asked, her voice soft and confused. Francis was startled by the question. Of course I do. I was 15 when he died. Oh. Mally said nothing else. Iris looked back and forth between father and daughter as she carefully slipped a sock with a thumb hole cut out over the girl's hand. There was obviously something going on, and Mally needed to talk to her father about it. Do you remember your mother, Mally? Iris asked, keeping her face down as she began wrapping the arm. Mally burst into tears. I remember her sometimes, but just because I have a photograph. I can't remember her voice or anything else about her. I remember her grave. Iris wasn't certain what to say to the girl, but she knew she had to say something, and Mr. Harvey looked like he was frozen in place, incapable of speech. How old were you when she died? Mally used her good hand to wipe the tears from her face. 4. Most people don't have a lot of memories of being that young, sweetheart. I can't imagine how hard it would be to lose your mother. Mine bosses me around a lot, but she's still my mother. Iris looked at Mr. Harvey, but there seemed to be no help from that direction. What about your grandmothers? I bet they're fun to be around. Mally shook her head. I don't have any grandparents. My mother was an orphan from Massachusetts and my pa lost his parents before I was born. Iris felt her heart tighten in her chest. The poor girl had no real mother figure at all? Who do you go to when you need to be comforted? Who fixes you chicken soup when you're sick? Aunt Tracy. We used to walk to her house after school, but now that we're older, we just go home. Mally smiled as she mentioned her aunt. She grew up in the same orphanage as my mama, and she married Uncle Andy. She did? Iris had never known an orphan before her sister Violet's son, who was now 10. Yes, and she tells me all kinds of wonderful stories about Mama. She was the one who found her on the orphanage steps, you know. No, I didn't know that. I'm glad you have your aunt to tell you special things about your mother then. Iris looked at Mr. Harvey, who was still silent. I'm sure your pa has some nice stories about your mother as well. Francis sighed. Of course I do. He didn't know what to say. He'd been married to Catherine for 7 years, and knew almost nothing about the woman. She'd been quiet and said little, taking care of the children and the house, because she knew it was her responsibility. She'd never seemed happy to do it, though. Not like Tracy and his mother had been. He'd worried about her a lot, but when he'd asked if she was all right, there had been no real answers. There were no funny courtship stories, because she'd come to him as a mail-order bride. There were no stories at all really. They'd been two people who had worked together to build the ranch, but they'd been more partners than lovers. He couldn't tell Mally that, but he didn't want to lie to her either. He didn't dislike his late wife, or have any bad memories of her, but there really weren't any good ones either. He'd loved her, because she'd had a huge part in his life, but he'd never been in love with her. Iris stepped back and surveyed her handiwork. That looks good. It'll be dry in an hour or two. She stepped to the sink and washed her hands. She was thankful her office had running water. There was no electricity in nowhere yet, so she needed to be grateful for what she had. Remember to keep the cast dry, Mally. Now you have an excuse not to wash dishes for 6 weeks. Mally giggled. I'll tell Edith you said so. Is Edith still staying with you? Iris asked. She knew it was none of her business, but she liked the idea of a responsible adult being around for the girls. She'll stay with us until Mally is out of the cast. She's helping me a lot. Tracy had always done their laundry for them and brought it back. She'd done so many of the things a wife and mother would do for his family, and he was thankful that she would have a break for a while. Iris nodded. I'm happy to hear it. I think the girls are too young to be on their own so much anyway. I don't have a lot of choice in the matter, Dr. Sullivan. Iris made a face. You certainly came up with other arrangements quickly when you had to. She helped Mally to the floor. Go see Edna Petunia. I'm sure she's got a disgustingly sweaty peppermint stick for you. Francis stepped forward, not believing how angry this woman made him. How can such a beautiful, intelligent woman be so incapable of understanding how families work? Iris wanted to take a step back, but refused. How can a man who obviously loves his children not tell his daughter any stories about a mother she can barely remember? That child needs a mother. All 3 of them do. Francis ignored her demand he tell stories to his children and shook his head. There are no women around here. I'm not sending off for another mail-order bride. The first one was enough. Iris blinked for a moment. Your first wife was a mail-order bride? My sister was a mail-order bride. My aunt was a mail-order bride. She made a face. Wait. Didn't Mally say she was from Massachusetts? She's not from Beckham, is she? Francis frowned at her. How did you know that? Iris smiled. My aunt started a mail-order bride agency in Beckham. She gave it to Elizabeth Miller when she moved to Seattle to be my uncle's mail-order bride. She had been young when Aunt Harriet had married into the family and couldn't remember life without her sweet aunt. Francis laughed and shook his head. That agency sent me my wife and sent my sister-in-law Tracy to Texas as well. Oh, I need to meet Tracy then. Do you know if it was Elizabeth or Harriet who sent her out here? Iris couldn't believe she'd found a connection to her aunt in this tiny town. She'd have to write her and let her know. It was Elizabeth. I'm the one who corresponded with her. He gave a half laugh. I decided we needed a woman in our house, so I sent for a bride, pretending to be my brother. He still didn't regret his meddling, because things had worked out so well for Andy and Tracy. You didn't? Was he angry? Oh, yes. But he married her, just like I knew he would. Andy always does what he thinks is right. Always. And you don't? Iris asked with surprise. I try to, but Andy? He's practically perfect sometimes. Of course, he let Tracy know that he hadn't sent for her. It sounds like they're happy now, though, right? Definitely. They've been married for over 20 years. They've been through a lot together. Francis shrugged. I'll have to introduce the 2 of you. I think you'd like Tracy. I'd like that a lot. I'm used to being surrounded by family. Even when I was in school, and I wasn't living at home, I knew that if I got lonely, I could go home any time. Her family had always been extremely close. I really miss all my sisters. All your sisters? How many do you have? Francis could hear Mally talking to Edna Petunia at the front, so he didn't worry about talking a little longer. 7. Iris had to stifle a laugh at the look on Francis's face. How many brothers? No brothers. Just us Flowers. She hadn't had to explain about her family in a long time. Everyone around Seattle just knew of the Sullivan Flowers. I'm sure that means something to you, but I have no idea what. Flowers? Iris laughed. It's strange to be somewhere that people don't know about that. All of us have flower names. Francis made a face. There are 8 different flower names? Really? Who would inflict matching names on their children? Oh, there are more than that. Edna took on a flower name so she could fit in with us. She nodded toward the front so he'd know she meant her secretary and nurse. Why flower names? Iris shrugged. My mother loves flowers. At our home in Seattle, she has a small garden for each of us where she grows our flower. Francis fought to remember her name. He knew it started with an I. Iris. That was it. So there's a garden in Seattle full of irises just for you? Yes, there is. I know it sounds silly, but my mother is something of a romantic. She wants all her daughters to settle down near her and give her a dozen grandbabies each. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say there are 8 of you? That would be 96 grandchildren. He couldn't even fathom wanting a family that large. Iris laughed. Mama would be so happy. He shook his head. He'd never understand women and their need to have dozens of children surrounding them. He had his hands full with just 3 girls. So which one are you? The oldest? Iris shook her head with a sigh. I'm number 8. All of my sisters are married. So did they all settle near your mother like she wanted? 4.5 did. 2 moved to Montana. Daisy was a mail-order bride and moved to Montana to marry, and Jasmine went out to stay with her and help her while she was expecting. She fell in love with a man there and married him. Mama still hasn't forgiven either of them. Iris grinned as she explained about her sisters. 4.5? Can you explain the half? Francis was astounded the young woman had made it through medical school with her weird pattern of thoughts. Of course, he was surprised any woman could make it through medical school. Iris grinned. Her sisters would have known what she meant immediately. Violet spends half the year in Seattle and half the year in New York. She's an artist and does a lot of her showings in New York. A doctor and an artist? Do all of your sisters work? Francis knew few women who worked outside the home. He'd heard women worked, but it just didn't happen much in his rural community. Iris shook her head. Not all of us. Rose is a dentist's wife, and she considers being a good hostess her job. Lily is the wife of a banker. Amaryllis is a librarian who is married to a lawyer. Both Daisy and Jasmine are ranchers' wives. Hyacinth is a writer, and Violet is an artist. So half of us work, and half of us don't. Does your mother care that you work? If I worked as a doctor in Seattle, she'd be perfectly content. She hates that I'm a doctor in Texas. Iris shrugged. The job was here. She had wanted to stay close to home, but there were no towns so desperate for a doctor near Seattle they'd accept a woman. What made you decide to be a doctor? Francis asked. He'd never heard of a woman even aspiring to be one, let alone actually doing it. Even as a small girl I was always finding hurt animals and helping them. Then when my sisters started having babies I helped out with them. I always knew that I wanted to be a healer. My family tried to talk me into being a nurse, because it's a more acceptable vocation for a woman, but it's the 20th century. I should be able to be a doctor if I want to. Does having a penis make a man more able to perform a surgery or set an arm? Francis gaped at her. Had she really just asked him that? Well, I'm certain you're a more capable doctor than I would be. And you have a penis. Iris shook her head. Sometimes she wondered if she'd ever understand how men's roles and women's roles had come to be. Francis felt himself blushing a bit. Even Catherine had never openly announced he had a penis. Did the woman have no sense of propriety? He refused to respond to her comment. I'd better go. I promised the younger girls I'd pick them up from school while we were in town. Iris sighed. She sometimes forgot that what was acceptable talk among medical students and doctors wasn't acceptable with others. I'll see you at church on Sunday then. I hope you'll introduce me to Tracy. Francis nodded. I will. She'll be thrilled to meet you. He stepped into the front of the office and found Mally talking animatedly, her arm that wasn't in a sling gesturing wildly. When she saw her father step into the room, she broke off. "I'll see you at church on Sunday, Edna Petunia?" Edna smiled, her frizzy white hair bobbing as she nodded emphatically. "Yes, you surely will. I can't wait to see you again. I will have my peppermint sticks. 'Cause you never leave home without them," Mally announced. "That's right. I don't." Edna stood as Francis left with Mally, watching out the window as the two of them drove off in his wagon. "Iris," she bellowed. Iris came running, thinking Mally had somehow injured herself. "What is it?" "You need to marry that man. Those girls need a mother." Iris shook her head. "You can't marry me off to every widower we meet just to provide mothers for children." Edna glared. "I've never tried to marry you off before, and you know it. No, you need to marry Mr. Harvey. You two would be perfect together." Iris went back into her examining room to put away everything she'd used with Mally. Edna was off her rocker. What else was new? Chapter 3. Iris took extra care with her appearance Sunday morning, but she told herself it had nothing to do with the fact she'd be seeing Mr. Harvey at church. No, it was because she was new in town, and she represented all women in the medical profession. She had to look her best so people wouldn't get the idea that female doctors didn't care about their appearance. She and Edna would walk to church, because she didn't want to have to hitch up the buggy in her best dress. She walked into the kitchen to find Edna Petunia sliding bacon onto a plate. "Sit. I cooked for a change. Don't get used to it." Edna had said the same thing every time she'd cooked for Iris, which was about half the time. "May I ask something of you this morning, Edna Petunia?" Iris kept her voice perfectly modulated so Edna would have no idea what was going on in her head. "Depends what you want to ask." "I'm not leaving my flask at home, Iris. What if I have a coughing fit at church?" Iris sighed. The woman could read her like a book. "You know as well as I do that the whiskey in your flask isn't for coughing. I want you to leave it home, please." "How would it look if my nurse was at church, with her breath smelling of spirits?" Edna shrugged. "If you don't want me there with my flask, I can always stay home." "Edna Petunia, you know I want you there." "I don't want to go alone." "Please. I'll keep your flask for you and give it to you after church." "How would that be?" Edna considered for a moment and finally nodded. "That will be fine." "You'll give it to me right after church?" "I really don't want to risk a coughing fit, because I have plans for this afternoon." Her eyes didn't meet Iris's as she mentioned her plans. Iris stared at the older woman for a moment. "Plans? But you don't know anyone in town but me." Who on earth could Edna Petunia have made plans with? What was she up to now? Iris felt a knot deep in her stomach as she worried about it. She knew she needed to let her live her life, but what if something happened to her? "I know people." Edna blushed as she scooped the eggs from the frying pan onto plates. Taking her seat across from Iris, Edna picked up a piece of toast and buttered it. "You don't mind that I'm not spending the afternoon with you, do you?" Iris shook her head. "I'm just curious is all." "Be careful." Edna laughed. "I'm in my 70s, girl. You don't need to warn me about bad men and things that go bump in the night." Iris patted Edna's hand. "You're like a..." She started to say grandmother but thought better of it. "Like an aunt to me. I worry about you. Like a crazy old maid aunt who did whatever she wanted and said whatever struck her." "That's so sweet. Ever since I took on the name Edna Petunia, I've felt as if I was part of your family. Of course, your mother never quite seems to approve of me." Iris wasn't certain how to respond to that. Of course her mother didn't approve of Edna Petunia. She added whiskey to her tea. "Mama's just like that." Edna gave Iris a look that said she knew better. "It's all right, I know you girls love me, and that's what really matters." She didn't say anything else about what she was planning for the day, and Iris decided she really didn't have the right to ask. Edna had moved to Texas with her to be her nurse and companion, not to be watched over by a woman a third her age. I'm going to meet a woman who was sent here as a mail-order bride by my Aunt Harriet's mail-order bride agency over 20 years ago. She's the Harvey girl's aunt. Iris decided it would be simpler to change the subject than to try to pry. Really? Well, isn't that an odd coincidence? I'm sure that agency is responsible for sending hundreds of brides out over the years, though. We're bound to wind up meeting some of them. Edna bit into her bacon. I swear, I like bacon more every year. I could eat it for 3 meals a day. I wonder what a bacon-wrapped peppermint stick would taste like. Iris had no response for that. How could she? Iris watched Edna Petunia rush away immediately after church. She even forgot to ask for her cough tonic back. She was astounded that Edna still hadn't told her where she was going. It wasn't like her to be able to keep a secret about anything. She was usually one of those people who had a thought, and no sooner did she realize she had the thought than she was speaking the thought aloud. Dr. Sullivan? There was a tug on Iris's sleeve and she looked down into a smiling face. Aunt Tracy wants to meet you. It was the youngest of the 3 Harvey girls. Iris wished she could remember her name. I'd love to meet your Aunt Tracy, Miss Harvey. The girl giggled. She obviously liked being called Miss Harvey. She took Iris's hand and led her through the church. They stopped in front of a woman around 40, who had a sweet smile on her face. Are you Dr. Sullivan? Iris smiled. I am. I hear you were a mail-order bride. I think my aunt's mail-order bride agency from Beckham, Massachusetts placed you. Tracy smiled, nodding. You're Harriet's niece, correct? Yes, I am. She married my uncle when I was 5. I was one of the first brides placed by her replacement, Elizabeth Miller. I've heard wonderful things about Harriet Long. Iris nodded. She's been Harriet Farmer for over 20 years though. She couldn't remember a time when Harriet hadn't been her aunt. All of her sisters could though. Tracy took Iris's hand in hers, squeezing it tightly. I sure would like it if you join us for Sunday dinner. Iris loved the idea. Edna would be off God knows where, and she didn't like the idea of eating alone again. It would be nice to be included. I'd love that. Tracy smiled. Why don't I take Francis's girls out to the ranch with me then, and he can drive you out? There was a light in Tracy's eyes that scared Iris a little. She hoped the older woman wasn't trying to match-make her and Francis. As attractive as she found the man, she didn't think they could ever get past their differences. It would be fine. Will he be able to bring me back as well? Or should I just bring my own buggy? Oh, I'm sure he won't mind bringing you back. Tracy waved at Francis from across the church. When he walked over to join the 2 women, Tracy said, Dr. Sullivan is going to join us for lunch. I'll take the girls, and you drive her out. Francis looked like he wanted to argue, but he just nodded. Did you bring a buggy to church? Or can you just leave with me? I've walked. I know it's only the 2nd week in March, but the weather is beautiful here. I don't want to think about what the summer's going to be like though. Tracy sighed. It's best not to start thinking about summer in March. It comes soon enough. As much as I love Texas, I hate the summers. Iris wrinkled her nose. I think I'm going to want to spend my summers in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know that I'll have that option though. I don't think the town would appreciate being without a doctor for that long, probably not. I'm glad I was able to be here when Mally broke her arm. The wagon ride would have been excruciating for her. Iris looked at Francis. Do you mind driving me? I can always bring my own buggy. Francis glanced at Tracy before responding. He obviously looked up at her as half-older sister and half-mother figure. No, I don't mind. I'm happy to do it. Good answer. Tracy gave Francis a look that let Iris know no other answer would have been acceptable. Mally came skipping across the church to where Iris was talking to Tracy. You need to be careful skipping around that way. You've got to be more careful until your arm heals, Iris told her. Mally nodded. Yes, Dr. Sullivan. She looked down at her feet. I just hate being still all the time. Iris laughed. You remind me a lot of my sister, Lily. She spent all of her time in trees and fishing. I think if she'd ever broken her arm, she'd have run a race the next day. Mally grinned. I like the name Lily. I wish I had a flower name. She looked up at Iris, with something akin to worship on her face. Flower names are fine unless you're the eighth of 8 of them. No one needs that many flowers in their garden. Iris loved her name, but sometimes she felt like just another flower, as if she didn't have an identity of her own. Tracy looked at Iris. 8 flower names? You'll have to tell me about the other flowers during lunch. She looked at Mally. Get your sisters. You 3 are riding home with Uncle Andy and me. How come? Mally asked. She was obviously confused. Dr. Sullivan is coming to lunch. Your pa's giving her a ride. Mally looked back and forth between Iris and Francis. That sounds good to me. I'd love to get to know Dr. Sullivan better. Dr. Sullivan would like that too. Iris tapped Mally on the nose with her index finger. You 3 girls seem pretty darn special to me. Iris had always enjoyed children, but none quite so much as the 3 young Harvey girls. What it was about them, she wasn't sure, but they were awfully special. Mally giggled before hurrying off to find her sisters. Francis looked at Iris. Are you ready? He looked around. Is Edna Petunia coming with us? He wasn't sure he was ready to be alone with the doctor for the 30-minute drive out to his brother's house. Iris shook her head. No, she had other plans. She hoped no one would ask her about the older woman's plans. She really didn't know how to answer. Edna usually said everything that crossed her mind. Secrets were not normal, so Iris was a bit concerned. Francis shrugged. Let's go then. He started to walk away, and then turned back. Make sure you have all 3 girls, he said to Tracy. Tracy rolled her eyes. You act like I don't know what to do with the children. They're the only daughters I have. I have to be careful with them. He led the way out to the churchyard and helped Iris up into his wagon. I guess you got to meet my sister-in-law, Tracy. She seems really sweet. You sure can tell by her accent that she's not from around here though. Francis climbed behind the horses and laughed. Sure, can tell the same with you too. Of course, you 2 sound nothing alike. My brother-in-law is from New York. Jonas has an accent just like Tracy's. My Aunt Harriet did, but hers has faded with time. Which sister is married to Jonas? He was trying to figure out which sister was which, but with 8 of them it was difficult. Violet. She's the artist. 7th of the sisters. Iris knew that he was trying to figure out which sister she was talking about with what she had told him on Wednesday. She knew by giving him as much information as she could, he'd be able to remember better. She wished she had a paper with pictures of all her sisters like Violet had painted for each new brother-in-law to make it easier for him. So she's the sister that's 1 older than you. Iris nodded. Yes, I'm the youngest and she's the second to youngest. She shrugged. I promise I won't quiz you on it later. Francis grinned. Glad to hear that. I don't think there's any way I can keep your complicated family straight. It would have helped if you did not all have flower names. I promise, it was not my idea. So what do you think of our town so far? You've been here what? A week? Francis had lived in nowhere his entire life, so he was very interested in an outsider's view of it. 2 weeks, and I'm not really sure what to think yet. The name fits. I do feel like we're in the middle of nowhere. Iris looked over the rolling hills that were part of Texas's hill country. It seems like a nice place, but I don't know that this area will ever accept a female doctor. Francis frowned. I didn't think I'd have been able to accept a female doctor a week ago. Now I couldn't imagine taking my girls anywhere else. Why, I think I could even see you myself. He was surprised that he felt that way, but she seemed to be a good doctor. As long as it was nothing too personal, he could see her. Iris laughed softly. You'll tell all your friends that I'm not a witch doctor? Francis laughed. Oh, no one thinks you're a witch doctor. They just think you're a midwife. I'll make sure everyone knows differently. He paused for a moment, being careful not to offend her. Not that there's anything wrong with being a midwife. Of course not. Do you live far from your brother and his wife? He shook his head. Only about a mile. I made sure I could stay close because family's everything. It had been hard for him to move out on his own, even though he'd been in his mid-20s. Iris smiled sadly. I agree. Yesterday was my sister's birthday. I hate that I couldn't be there for it. He felt badly for her. You couldn't find work closer to home? She laughed softly. I couldn't find work anywhere for a long time. It took me 6 months to find this job. There's a shortage of doctors in the West, but still no one wants a female. I can't say I don't understand it. I did feel the same way. But after watching you with Mally, I realize that you're very suited to your profession. You were kinder and gentler with her than any doctor I've ever seen. I don't know if it's because it's your nature, or because you're a woman. Maybe more women should be doctors. Iris smiled at his praise. She knew she was a good doctor, but that didn't mean that everyone around her would see it. She was glad he did. Thank you. Francis shrugged, a little embarrassed that he'd praised her. Just telling the truth. So who all will be at Tracy's today? She asked, changing the subject. My girls and me. Andy and Tracy and their kids. And you. My younger sister Maddie comes some Sundays, but she's expecting again, and she's not feeling well with it. Iris frowned. Would she mind if I called on her tomorrow? Francis shrugged. I wouldn't think so, but you never can tell. I can give you directions out to her place if you'd like. He liked the idea that she cared enough to check on his sister. That would be wonderful. I have some teas that often make women feel better while they're carrying. He pulled up in front of a large ranch house. He walked around and helped her down from the wagon. He knew she could get up and down on her own, but if Tracy were watching, she'd get on to him if he didn't help. Besides, he liked touching her and being close to her. I grew up here. Really? Was it only the 3 of you? You, Maddie, and Andy? Iris was very curious about Francis. She told herself it was because she wanted to know about her patients, but she knew it wasn't true. No, Arthur is younger than me, but older than Maddie. He's in the area too, but he's north of nowhere and we're south. He goes to a country church north of town. Is he married as well? Francis nodded. He married a girl from school. He's the only one of us that married a local girl. Any children? 4 and another on the way. Are you looking for more patients? He teased. Iris shook her head. No, I'm just curious. Tracy came out of the house then, wearing her apron. Dr. Sullivan. Come in. Iris rushed toward the house. Can I help with anything? She hated sitting idly while another woman did all the work. She may not have learned to cook and clean growing up, but she'd learned since she moved out. Tracy's eyes widened. No, of course not. You're a doctor. Iris laughed. I'm also a woman. Would you have one of your friends help you if they came for Sunday dinner? Well, of course I would, but they're not town doctors. Iris shook her head. Why don't you call me Iris? And you can think of me as just another friend. Yes, I'm a doctor, but I'd rather you called me friend. Tracy looked at Iris skeptically. It just doesn't seem right. I'd feel like I wasn't respecting you. I guess I'll need to call you Mrs. Harvey then, so you'll know that I respect you. No, please call me Tracy. Only if you call me Iris. Tracy grinned. I guess you've got me there. All right, Iris. She offered Iris an apron that was hanging from a hook on the wall and led her into the kitchen. I started a stew before church. It's just a matter of setting the table, pouring drinks, and getting the bread out of the oven. Which would you like me to do? Iris looked around her. Where are the girls? Tracy shrugged. Edith has them off somewhere. She's really good with them. I think she's enjoying playing mother for a little while. She handed Iris a stack of dishes. Why don't you go ahead and set the table? Do you have a beau back home? Iris blinked a couple of times at the change in subject before setting the table. I've been studying so hard I haven't really had time for a beau. Besides, who would want to marry a woman doctor? Oh, I can think of a few. Iris kept her eyes averted as she continued to set the table. Do you want me to pour the drinks? Oh, sure. Do you want coffee or milk? I prefer coffee if you don't mind. Do the children get milk? Just the little ones. We're a coffee-drinking family. Melly, Eddie, and Katie are the only ones who will drink milk. Mine all drink coffee. Iris started to say something about children not drinking coffee too young, but as a friend she knew it wasn't the right thing to do. She was doing her best not to be in doctor mode. She followed Tracy's orders and poured the drinks for everyone. Between the two of them, they had lunch on the table within minutes. Would you mind going out to the barn and getting the men for lunch? Tracy asked. Not at all. Should I try and find the children as well? They'll be close enough to home that they'll see you get the men, and they'll know it's time to come in. Iris removed the apron and wandered outside looking for the barn. She'd been so focused on Francis when they arrived that she hadn't noticed where it was. When she stepped into the barn, the men immediately stopped talking. It's time for lunch. Francis walked over with an older version of himself beside him. This is my brother Andy. Iris smiled. It's nice to meet you, Andy. Andy looked Iris up and down. So you're the lady doctor, huh? I suppose I am. Iris wondered what he'd been expecting. She hated being a curiosity, but she would have hated not being a doctor even more. You're a lot prettier than I thought a lady doctor would be. Andy looked at Francis. You should marry her. Iris blushed. Why did everyone think she should marry Francis? She looked at him. He certainly was a nice-looking man. She knew how he felt about women working though, so she knew nothing could work between them. Andy? Shut up. Francis looked at Iris. Let's go in for lunch. Iris looked between the two brothers. I think that's a fine idea. Andy nudged Francis with his elbow. Offer her your arm. There's no reason you can't court a woman on my ranch. Francis glared at his brother. I said, shut up. Oh, I heard you. I seem to remember you finding me my bride. Francis stormed out of the barn, leaving Iris alone with his brother. Iris looked at Andy. Are you trying to make him angry? Andy shrugged. I've been waiting years to have revenge on him for the way he set me up. I love my wife, but he had no right to send for her. Iris bit her lip to keep from laughing. I'm not one to get in the middle of family squabbles. Tease him all you want. All through lunch, Andy made faces at Francis, nodding toward Iris. Edith, do you mind helping your ma with the dishes after lunch? Andy asked. Edith shook her head. No, of course not, Pa. Why would I mind? No reason. I was just hoping that Francis could take Iris for a walk after lunch. The spring flowers are in bloom. Maybe he could pick her a bunch. You know, just like they were courting Dot. Andy grinned at Iris. Ow. Tracy, why'd you kick me? Tracy glared at Andy. Behave yourself. You're a grown man. You don't need to be tormenting your brother. Andy shrugged, not looking contrite at all. Just trying to help. He helped me find my beautiful bride after all. He took Tracy's hand and lifted it to his lips, his eyes twinkling at her. Tracy just shook her head. And you've never forgiven him for it. Francis looked at Iris. He could play his brother's game. Dr. Sullivan? Would you do me the honor of going for a walk with me after lunch? I'd like to pick some flowers for you and make cow's eyes at you. Iris had no idea what Francis was up to. He was probably just trying to get back at his brother though. I'd love to. No one ever picks me flowers. I will. Francis thought he actually would. Anything to annoy his brother. Mally's eyes grew around. Pa, are you going to court Dr. Sullivan? Francis frowned. He didn't want to get his daughter's hopes up. We're just going for a walk, Mally. And then maybe you'll court her? Eddie asked, sounding excited. Francis looked between his three girls. Were they all that desperate for a mother? Don't get your hopes up, girls. We're just going for a walk. He wondered if it was smart to even go for the walk, but he couldn't back down now. Not without Andy calling him a coward. What was it about family members that made you act like a child again? I think Dr. Sullivan would make a great new ma, Katie said. She fixed Mally's arm right up. If we had a doctor living in our house, we wouldn't have to worry about getting sick. Iris said nothing. She stared down into her stew. She didn't know how Francis was going to get out of it, but she knew he wasn't really interested in her. She told herself she didn't want him to be. But she knew it was a lie. Chapter 4. As soon as lunch was over, Francis offered his arm to Iris, and they left the house. As soon as they were out of earshot, Francis said, I'm sorry about that. Andy doesn't know when to shut up. I told him, but he still couldn't figure it out. Iris smiled. So you invited me for a walk to get revenge on him. She understood how siblings worked. She may not have had brothers, but she had enough sisters to know. Francis sighed. It wasn't exactly a hardship for me to ask a pretty girl to go on a walk with me. Did she think he hated her or something? Iris dropped his arm. I understand. Are you worried about getting the girls' hopes up? I am, but by the time I realized what they were thinking, it was too late to back down. I'm sorry. Iris shrugged. I'm not. It's a beautiful day for a walk. I expected Texas to be much drier than it is. It is in the summer. Spring is always beautiful though. He walked up one of the hills and started gathering flowers. We have to make it look good. I really am going to pick you some flowers. Iris shook her head and laughed. The girls are going to be asking for a wedding date. Francis kept his eyes averted. Have you thought about marrying? He knew he wasn't a good candidate for a husband for her. She was obviously from a well-to-do family, and he had 3 young girls. Who would want to marry him? Iris frowned. Not really. Who would marry a lady doctor? Francis looked up at her, his arms full of flowers. Are you really worried about that? She was one of the most beautiful women he'd ever seen, so he had a hard time believing that she would worry about finding a man. Of course I am. No man wants to marry a doctor. My mother's been telling me that for the past 20 years. She shrugged. Her mother hadn't meant to upset her, but really? Being told no one would marry you for so long had convinced her she wasn't worth marrying. Maybe if the lady doctor were ugly, or manly. You're beautiful. Any man would feel lucky to have you as a wife. Francis wasn't used to flowery words, but they seemed natural with Iris. She was special. Any man but you, right? Iris regretted her words as soon as they passed her lips. He would think she was being forward. Why do you say that? Have I indicated I don't find you attractive? Why didn't she realize how attracted he was to her? Well, no, but you certainly didn't want to walk with me. She knew she'd already gone too far, but why stop there? Francis stood, walking toward her. I did want to walk with you. I didn't want to be told to walk with you. There's a difference. It's strange to think about courting anyone. I've never done it. It seems strange that you have 3 daughters, and you've never courted anyone. I know you had a mail-order bride, but didn't you do some of the courting stuff with her? Iris was puzzled. Francis shrugged. I had a strange marriage. I'm going to leave it at that. Iris frowned, but she didn't ask any more questions. Well, I'm glad we came for a walk. I'm enjoying getting to know you better. Francis smiled. Maybe I could take you for a drive sometime. He held his breath while he waited for her response. He'd never really even asked a girl to go on a drive before. He'd known she'd walk with him because she had known what Andy was up to. This was different. Iris studied his face for a moment and finally nodded. I'd like that. As she said the words, she felt her heart beat faster. She'd just agreed to go for a drive with a man. A couple of med students had asked her out, but she'd always felt like they just wanted help studying and didn't really see her as a woman. Francis? The look he was giving her told her he really did want to be with her. Really? He was surprised. Iris was not only beautiful, she was a talented doctor. What could she possibly see in a rancher like him? Really? I like you. I like your girls. Why would I say no? Francis just shrugged. He handed her the flowers he still held in his arms. She cradled them all in one arm, and accepted the arm he offered her. They walked further from the house. Tell me about your girls. All I really know is they don't have a mother, and Mally has a broken arm. I know there's a lot more to them than that. Francis thought about it, not making light of her question. Mally is too serious in my opinion. She feels like she needs to be a mother to her younger sisters, and she's only 10. I worry that she doesn't know how to play. She only has very vague memories of her mother, and that upsets her. But she was only 4 when Catherine died. Francis stared off into the horizon. Eddie. How do I describe Eddie? She has a lot more playfulness in her than Mally, but she's still not as playful as I think she should be. I think they all feel like they have to grow up too fast, just because they don't have a mother. Tracy has done her best, but she doesn't live with us. She can't truly be a mother to them. Iris frowned. I feel bad for them. I'm not saying you're doing a bad job with them, of course, but they seem to need more than what they've got. I'm really surprised you didn't send off for another mail-order bride. Francis shook his head. My first mail-order bride was not happy. She just never seemed to adjust to life here. He wished he could explain the moroseness Catherine had always lived with. She'd married him. She'd done her duty as a wife and mother, but she'd never been truly happy. It's not that way with all mail-order brides. Tracy seems perfectly happy. I know my aunt and my sister are both happy as well. Oh, I know that. I guess I just worry that there's something wrong with me, that no one can be happy with me. He gave a harsh-sounding laugh. I know that probably sounds silly to you, but it's how I feel. He'd once thought he'd make a good husband. Iris shook her head. No, I understand. When something doesn't turn out the way you think it should, it's hard to try it again. And truly, I'm glad you haven't remarried. She knew she was being forward by saying that, but it was the truth. And she'd already announced to him that he had a penis, what more could she say? He stopped walking and turned to her. You're not just agreeing to go for a drive with me for the girls, are you? To keep them from being upset? Not at all. Did he have no idea how handsome he was? I don't want to go for a drive with the girls. I want to spend time with you. I like your girls, but they're not the main attraction. Was she being too forward by admitting it? He looked into her blue eyes for just a moment, his hand reaching out to stroke her cheek. May I kiss you? Iris nodded slowly. Do you always ask first? I've only ever kissed my wife. I don't know. He took a step closer to her, pulling her into his arms. Lowering his head, he brushed his lips across hers. It was no more than a butterfly kiss, their lips barely meeting. Iris stared up at him as he pulled away. She wanted more from a kiss than that. Reaching up, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him down for a deeper kiss. She pressed her lips against his, hoping desperately that he'd take control of the kiss from her, because she had no idea what she was doing. She'd never been kissed before. Francis was startled when Iris pulled him down for another kiss, but he didn't waste the opportunity. He wrapped his arms around her, his tongue tracing her lips until she opened her mouth for him. His tongue immediately stroked inside. Iris dropped the flowers that she'd been holding against his neck, moving as close to him as she could. As a doctor, she knew about the technical aspects of passion and intercourse, but she'd never imagined that she could feel so much for a man. Her stomach fluttered and she wanted his hands on her body in ways that would shock her mother. When Francis finally lifted his head, they were both out of breath. He stared down at her. Nothing he'd done with Catherine had ever made him feel like he felt at that moment with Iris in his arms. He swallowed hard. He couldn't tell her that, of course, but he wanted to. He wanted to scoop her up in his arms and carry her off to his bed. Hell, he wanted to lay her down in the field of flowers and make love to her right there. What had she done to him? Iris stroked Francis's cheek. Her sisters had alluded to how much they enjoyed their marriage beds, but she'd always assumed she wouldn't be able to have those feelings. She was wrong. I liked that, she whispered. Francis let out a choked laugh. You did you? Catherine had tolerated his touch. It seemed odd that Iris would enjoy it. Iris nodded. It made my stomach tingle. Do it again. Francis shook his head. You are some woman, Dr. Sullivan. Would he be able to walk away from her if they kept kissing? If I'm going driving with you, you need to call me Iris Francis. Iris. It suits you somehow. She pulled his head down for another kiss, letting out a disappointed sigh when he pulled away. I don't want to stop kissing you. He grinned. I don't want to stop either, and that's the problem. We have to. He took a deep breath and forced his body back under control. Let's finish our walk. Iris nodded, feeling like she was in a daze. How could he make her feel a way that no other man had? Some of the men in medical school had tried to kiss her, but she'd always pushed them away or stomped on their feet when necessary. She'd never wanted to kiss a man. As they walked, he asked her about medical school. She explained about the courses she'd had to take, and how everyone had looked down on her, assuming that she'd never be able to keep up. She'd known there were medical schools just for women out east, but she wasn't willing to go that far. She wanted to stay close to home, so she kept her grades up and studied with the men. What really makes me crazy is when people assume I'm just a midwife. I can do anything a male doctor can do except relieve myself standing up. Why is that a prerequisite for being a good doctor? Francis was once again startled by her earthy speech. Does your mother know you talk to men in that way? Iris had the grace to look ashamed. I never talked to men that way until after medical school. We dealt so much with the human anatomy and different functions of it that nothing seems to faze me now. Francis smiled. I'm sure I'll get used to it, and I promise not to tell her, even if I meet her. Iris looked at where the sun was in the sky. We should probably get back. I need to get home and fix my supper. She wondered if Edna Petunia would be there before her, or if she'd be in after bedtime. Francis hated for the day to end. I'll take you home. You don't have to sound so sad about it. I'm sure your brother will take me home if I need him to. Iris wasn't sure what his problem was now. She thought they were doing well. He shook his head. I'm just not ready for my time with you to end. He had never been so frank about his feelings, but she'd been honest about hers, and he felt he owed it to her. He'd never particularly wanted to be around Catherine. What was it about Iris Sullivan that made him want to spend every waking moment with her? I'm not ready for it to end either. I have to open my office in the morning though. And I know you need to get home with your girls. She sighed. I'd invite you to stay for supper, but I don't know if Edna Petunia will be home or not. She's off somewhere. Iris was still worried about Edna Petunia's sudden friendship. She hoped the older woman wasn't off getting into some sort of trouble. Iris thanked Tracy for lunch and hugged the three girls goodbye. I'm sure I'll see you at church next week, she told them. She wished it could be sooner, but she didn't feel like she had the right to suggest that. Francis watched Iris with the girls. They looked sad to see her go. Why don't I pick you and Edna Petunia up for dinner tomorrow night? You could come out to the house. I'm sure Edith wouldn't mind. Edith, standing across the room listening, shook her head. I'd love to cook dinner for you. Iris considered the offer for a moment before nodding. I'd like that a lot. On the drive into town, Iris sat closer to him than her mother would have thought appropriate. As soon as they were out of sight of the house, Francis put an arm over her shoulders. Do you mind? Iris smiled. Not at all. When they reached the house, he helped her down from the wagon and walked her to the door. He touched her cheek with his forefinger. I want to kiss you goodbye, but anyone could be watching. I don't want to ruin your reputation. Iris nodded. I'm just glad you want to. He laughed. At this moment, I can't think of anything I want more. Well, he could, but he wasn't going to be that graphic. Iris squeezed his hand goodbye and turned and went into the house. The house was devoid of sound, making her assume that Edna Petunia was not home. She cooked a meal for the two of them, not knowing whether or not Edna Petunia would arrive home in time to eat it. She needed to have a talk with the older woman to find out what she'd been up to. Edna Petunia had breakfast ready when Iris woke up the following morning. Iris sat at the table, looking at her companion. You were out late. I was already asleep by the time you came in. Edna nodded, blushing. I'm here now. What did you do all day? Edna Petunia had blushed. Really? The woman was the queen of saying whatever came into her head, no matter how inappropriate it may be. What was going on? Edna just shook her head. I was with a friend. Iris could tell she was going to get no more information out of the woman. I had lunch with the Harveys yesterday. They've invited us to dinner tonight. Would you like to go? Edna Petunia shook her head. I have plans. All right then. Are you seeing your nieces? Iris knew that Edna had 3 nieces who lived not far away in Dalton, Texas. No. Edna Petunia said nothing else, putting breakfast on the table. Do you have any appointments today? Iris let the matter drop. Not really any appointments, and I'm going to stop in and see Francis's sister. She's expecting and not feeling well. She doesn't know we're coming, so I'm not sure what kind of reception we'll receive. Edna shrugged. Should be interesting. I thought you weren't here to play midwife. Iris sighed. Doctors take care of pregnant women as well. I'm not being a midwife, I'm being a good doctor. Edna Petunia just grinned. Whatever you say, Dr. Sullivan. After breakfast, they headed into the office. I want to go out and see Maddie after lunch. Would you write up a note to put in the window saying out on call? I'd be happy to. How will I spend the rest of my morning though? We're going to have lots of patients this morning. You wait and see. Iris knew it wasn't likely, but she needed to remain positive. Edna just grunted as she made the sign. They'd been in the office for a little over an hour when someone came in. I'm looking for Doc Sullivan. Iris wandered into the waiting area. I'm Dr. Sullivan. The man, obviously a cowboy, looked her up and down. I heard you was a woman. Iris refused to be intimidated. Yes, I am. How can I help you? I got thrown from my horse. Banged my head. Boss man said to come to you. He took off his hat, and Iris could see a lump forming at the top of his forehead. Follow me. She turned and led him to one of the examining rooms. Who's your boss? Andy Harvey. He said you fixed up his niece real good. He sat on the table she indicated. Iris was thrilled to hear the Harveys were spreading word about her services. And what's your name? I'm Bob. Bob Taylor. Well, Bob, you did a real number on your head here. She looked into his eyes. It looks like you may have a concussion. Is that serious, Doc? Bob didn't look terribly concerned. It can be. Do you live alone? He shrugged. I live in the bunkhouse with 10 other men. You need to be woken up periodically through the night, Iris told him. If you can't be woken up, someone will need to get me immediately. He wasn't bad enough for her to keep him in her clinic overnight, and she was thankful. She didn't want to have to cancel her plans with Francis. Bob shrugged. I guess I can get one of the guys to do that. In the meantime, go to the ice house and get some ice to put on it. You want the ice broken up into small chunks and wrapped in a towel. Bob jumped down from the table. Boss man said he'd pay you. Iris nodded. That's fine. After he was gone, Iris rushed into the reception area. Edna Petunia. Edna looked up at Iris like she was crazy. What? We're starting to get patients. Patients who aren't pregnant. Iris took Edna Petunia's hand and pulled her to her feet. She proceeded to dance around her office with her. Edna shook her head. Girl, if anyone comes in here and sees us dancing around this way, you're going to be the one going to see a doctor. Iris ignored her. She was going to celebrate having patients, whether Edna Petunia liked it or not. After lunch, Iris made the drive out to Maddie's house alone. Edna had begged off, claiming she had a headache. She still wasn't certain what kind of reception she would receive, but she grabbed her medical bag and went to the door. She knocked and waited for someone to come to the door. A tiny blonde woman with a huge belly, who looked to be around Iris's age, opened the door. Can I help you? The woman's hair hung in limp ringlets around her face. She looked tired and sick. Are you Maddie? Iris asked. The woman nodded. I am. Who are you? Iris smiled. I'm Dr. Sullivan, the new doctor in town. Your brother, Francis, told me you were sick. I told him I'd come check on you. Maddie sighed. My brothers worry too much. I'm just pregnant. Women get sick when they're pregnant. She opened the door wide. Come in and I'll fix you a cup of tea while you're here. Iris stepped inside, noticing that the house was not nearly as neat as Tracy's had been. You sit down, and I'll fix the tea. She rolled her sleeves up, making it clear she wasn't taking no for an answer. Once Maddie was seated at the table, Iris asked, Do you mind if I fix you my special blend? She had a ginger tea that she kept with her for expectant mothers. It tended to calm their stomachs. Not at all, Maddie responded. While the water was boiling, Iris washed the dishes that were in the basin. She picked up a few other things around the house as well. You don't have any children at home? Maddie shook her head. My youngest is the same age as Katie. They're all in school. She patted her stomach. This one came as something of a surprise. Iris smiled. They have a way of doing that, don't they? Maddie nodded. They all surprise me every day. How many children do you have? I have 4. Joseph, my oldest, is 10. Alex is 9. Benjamin is 8. Matthew is 6. We're really hoping for a girl this time. Iris poured the tea she'd made into cups. Then I hope you get your girl. My mama had 8 girls. She never did have a boy. I'm not sure why Francis told you to come out here. I already have a midwife. Maddie took a sip of her tea, watching Iris over the rim. Iris shook her head. I'm not a midwife. I'm a fully qualified doctor. He said he was worried about how ill you'd been, and asked if I had anything that would help you. So you're a doctor who can take care of broken bones and other things? Maddie seemed to be shocked by the very idea. I didn't know women could be doctors. Iris smiled sweetly. If they can get a medical school to accept them and do all the work, then they can be doctors. The hard part is to get a medical school to admit that women can be doctors. Often they simply don't accept them because they don't think they're smart enough, no matter how well they do in school. She shrugged, trying to act as if it didn't matter to her. I had no idea a woman could be accepted to medical school, no matter how hard she tried. I had the best grades of anyone in my college class, and I still had to apply 3 times to get a school to accept me. Iris shook her head. If a man had the kind of grades I had, there would have been no question. He would have been accepted automatically. Maddie made a face. Well, that's not fair. I guess it all worked out in the end though, because they finally accepted you. Iris nodded. Yes, and I was at the top of my class all through med school as well. I still had a hard time finding a doctor who would teach me as his intern. And an even harder time finding actual work, but she didn't mention that. Maddie patted her stomach. If this is a little girl, I sure hope she doesn't go through the same problems trying to live out her dreams. Every woman who fights the way things are like I did, will make it easier for the next. Iris took the last of her tea. While I'm here, would you like me to examine you? Maddie seemed to think about it for a moment. My brother Francis sent you? Iris nodded. Mally broke her arm last week, and I said it for her. He's telling everyone what a wonderful doctor I am. Andy even sent one of his workers to me with a concussion this morning. She hoped that because Maddie's brothers trusted her, Maddie would trust her as well. Finally, Maddie nodded. I guess that would be all right. Will you leave delivering babies to the midwife, or will you be available to deliver babies as well? You can choose to have me, or the midwife. Midwives are great for simple uncomplicated births. If there's something wrong with you, then you should see a doctor. A midwife would never be able to perform a cesarean. Iris didn't want to frighten Maddie, but things did sometimes happen, just as they had with Francis's wife. If she were present, and something did happen, she may be able to save Maddie. What's that? Maddie asked. Sometimes when the birth is too complicated, the best way to get a baby out is to make an incision in the woman's abdomen to remove the baby. As a doctor, I could perform the operation, and possibly save the life of mother and baby. Maddie shook her head. That doesn't sound safe. Iris sighed. It's the only option if a woman can't safely deliver vaginally. A natural birth is always best, but I think it's best to have a doctor present just in case. So you think for most women, it's better to have a midwife deliver? Usually. It's just safer if a doctor is standing by. Iris wasn't trying to change Maddie's mind about using a midwife. She just wanted her to understand that sometimes a doctor could make things safer. Maddie stood up. The midwife usually examines me in the bed. Do you want to do that too? Iris nodded. That's fine. She picked up her bag and followed Maddie into her bedroom. When are you due? I have another month or two. After the examination, Iris gave Maddie some of the ginger tea she kept with her. Some women are just sick throughout their entire pregnancy. I think you'll find if you drink this tea 3 times a day, you'll feel a lot better. But the baby seems healthy? Iris patted Maddie on the shoulder. You both seem very healthy. Maddie instantly looked relieved. Would you mind if I send someone to get you when my time came? Iris smiled. I'd be delighted. As Iris got into her buggy to drive back to town, she thought about how thrilled she was that she'd gotten to know the Harvey family. Chapter 5. Francis arrived to pick Iris up and take her to his house in the early evening. I could have driven my buggy out there. She liked having the time with him without the girls, but she hated that he had to waste so much time to come and get her. Francis helped her into the wagon and climbed in beside her. I don't mind coming to get you. It gives us some time alone. He looked around. Is Edna Petunia coming? Iris shook her head. She said she had plans again. I have no idea what that old woman is doing, and I'm really kind of afraid to find out. Francis looked at her out of the corner of his eye. Did you bring her here with you? Yes. Edna Petunia is from Seattle as well. If you're afraid to find out what she's doing, didn't you know how she was before you moved here with her? Iris shrugged. Yes, I knew. She was my sister's traveling companion before Violet married. She kind of made herself part of the family after that. My mother didn't want me taking my first assignment alone, so I hired Edna Petunia as my nurse. Mama was really frightened at the idea of me living alone. Does she know Edna Petunia? I don't know that I'd have let my daughter move somewhere with only Edna as a companion. Iris laughed softly. Oh, she's usually harmless. She's just a bit odd. Francis thought calling Edna Petunia odd was putting things extremely mildly. She is that. He didn't want to offend her by insulting her nurse and companion. She's been a really good friend to me. I don't know that Violet would have been nearly as happy on her trip to New York without Edna Petunia either. Francis really didn't want to spend the entire evening talking about the old woman. Do you have any idea who she's seeing? He really needed to know the answer to that before he moved on. He'd heard rumors, and he wondered if they were true. I have no idea. I've only seen her with someone that I don't know one time. That's when we were in the wagon together, heading out for me to treat Mally's broken arm. Did you know the man with her? That was Cletus Sanders. He lives in the woods year-round. No one's quite sure what he does and why he does it, but he comes into town every couple of weeks to stock up on chewing tobacco. He's a strange one. They were out of town, and Francis pulled over to the side of the road. Why are you sitting so far away? Iris smiled, scooting across the seat to sit next to him, her thigh against his. I didn't want anyone in town to get the wrong idea. What wrong idea? That I'm courting you? That wouldn't be the wrong idea. Iris smiled. You are? He stroked her cheek with his thumb. I thought we settled this last night. Iris shrugged. I wasn't sure how you'd feel today. She'd always had a lot of confidence in certain things, but her ability to be in a relationship was not one of them. He cupped the base of her neck with his hand, leaned down and brushed his lips across hers. I feel like God was smiling down on me when he sent you to nowhere, Texas. Iris smiled. I feel the same way. When they reached his house, the girls were all waiting for her. Mally was bouncing up and down on her heels. Iris waited for Francis to come around and help her down. It's so good to see you, Dr. Sullivan. The girl rushed forward and gave Iris an awkward one-armed hug. Nice to see you too, Mally. How's the arm feeling? Iris hugged the girl in return. Better. Eddie and Katie came close as well. Katie threw her arms around Iris. I'm glad you came to eat supper with us, Dr. Sullivan. Iris hugged the youngest girl back. What are we having for supper? Katie shrugged. Edith said it was something special, and I would like it. I was afraid to ask too many questions, or she might not let me eat it. Iris laughed. I'm sure Edith lets you eat everything she cooks, Katie smiled sweetly. But I never know what she's going to do next time. She leaned forward and whispered, she's sneaky. You're a silly girl, Katie. Katie nodded. Sometimes being silly is fun. Francis offered his arm to Iris. This is a silly way to court. With 3 little girls following us everywhere. I wouldn't have it any other way. I need to get to know your girls too. She stepped into the kitchen, which was a great deal cleaner than it had been the first time she'd seen it. Dinner smells wonderful, Edith. Edith turned from the stove with a smile. I just hope it tastes as good as it smells. Iris wondered what Francis had told the girls about why she'd come to dinner. Had he admitted that they were courting? Eddie answered the question before she could even ask it. Are you going to marry our pa? Iris blushed, wondering how she should answer that question. I don't really know. Would you like me to? Eddie nodded silently. Yes, please. Mally moved over beside her sister. We all want you to marry Pa. Francis walked over and shook his head at the girls. Wash your hands before supper. Iris looked at Francis with a smile. What could she say to him now that his girls had tried to get her to be their mother? I like your girls. I'm not certain, but I think they like you as well. He winked at her. When they sat down at the table, Iris couldn't help but think about the family dinners that they'd had in the Sullivan home back in Seattle. Right about this time, Jasmine would have had to throw some food at someone else, and then she would have immediately blamed it on someone else entirely. Her sister had always made family meals interesting, and sometimes unpleasant. She waited for a biscuit to be lobbed across the table, but when it didn't happen, she began eating. Edith had made a roast, mashed potatoes, carrots, biscuits, and there was a pie sitting on the work table for dessert. This is wonderful, Edith. Iris had learned from a young age that she should always compliment her hostess. Edith smiled. My ma has been teaching me to cook for years. She's done a good job. Thank you. Edith seemed pleased. She turned to Francis. Uncle Francis? Iris looked at Edith in surprise. She'd spoken perfectly until she said Francis's name. Why was that? Yes? Francis looked at Edith. Well, I have a young man coming by to take me for a drive this evening. I didn't think you'd mind since Dr. Sullivan will be here to help you. Edith seemed nervous to broach the topic with Francis. Francis frowned. Who is it? Where are you going? Does your pa know about this? Samuel Garrity. He goes to our church. He's a ranch hand. Yes, pa knows. We're just going for a drive. Probably along the river for a bit. Edith held her breath, waiting for an answer. Samuel Garrity? Is he new to town? I don't know him. Francis shook his head slowly. I don't know if this is a good idea. Edith sighed. Pa likes him. We've been courting for a few weeks now. Then why hasn't he been by yet? If he cared, he'd have come by. Francis knew he was being unreasonable, but he felt like Edith was practically his child. Besides, he needed practice for when his girls thought they were old enough to court. Iris tried not to laugh at the way Francis was reacting to his niece courting. She could only imagine what would happen when Mally started going on drives with men. He didn't come by because I left a note for Pa to give him asking him not to when he went by to pick me up last Monday. I told him I needed a little time to settle in here, and that I'd contact him soon. How did you contact him then? Edith shook her head in exasperation. Pa took him a note for me last night after you said you were having Dr. Sullivan over for supper tonight. We can't ask our guest to do the dishes. Francis knew he was grasping at straws, but he couldn't let her go. He'd feel as if he'd failed as an uncle. Eddie and Katie are perfectly capable of doing the dishes. They've been helping me with them since I got here. Edith finished her dinner and stood up, walking around the table to her uncle. She leaned down and kissed his cheek. I'll be back before 9. Can you wait until then to take Dr. Sullivan home? Iris bit her lip, still fighting laughter. When Francis didn't answer right away, she said, that would work fine for me, Edith. And please, call me Iris. Edith made a face. Oh, I couldn't do that. You're a doctor. Iris felt like she was destined to never hear her first name again at that moment. Your mother said the same thing. Do I need to call you Miss Harvey? Katie smiled, reaching over and taking Iris's hand from the table. I like it when you call me Miss Harvey. Iris laughed, reaching out to tap Katie's nose with her index finger. Then I will call you Miss Harvey. It would be terribly confusing if I called your cousin that as well, wouldn't it? Katie nodded, giggling. Edith nodded. I'll call you Iris. She looked at Francis. Don't worry about me, Uncle Francis. I'll be fine. I'm a big girl. I just don't like it. I want to meet him before you go anywhere with him. Francis frowned at Iris as if he blamed her for his niece wanting to court someone. Iris just smiled at him. 4 of my sisters were married by the time they were her age. 3 had given birth. I think you need to let her go for a drive. She winked at Edith. I'll help get the girls in bed. You have a good time with Samuel. Edith rushed around the table and kissed Iris on the cheek as well. Thank you, Iris. Mally bounced in her seat. Dr. Iris. I like that. Iris grinned. I guess that works for me. Dr. Iris. Iris watched as Edith slipped her shawl over her shoulders and hurried out the door. Francis stood up and followed her. Iris rolled her eyes and started to clear the table with the 2 younger girls. Mally looked down at her arm with frustration. I wish I could help. Iris laughed softly. I'm sure you'll do your share of dishes when your arm is healed. Don't worry. Francis looked at the younger man in the wagon. I'm Francis Harvey. Samuel got down and rushed to the house, holding his hand out. I'm Samuel Garrity. It's nice to meet you, sir. What are your intentions toward my niece? Francis asked, his voice harsh. Tonight, I intend to take her for a drive along the river. When I have enough money saved to buy my own spread and build her a house, I intend to make her my bride, if she'll have me. Edith rushed to Samuel's side, taking his arm. You know I'll have you, Samuel. Francis sighed. His intention to drive them apart seemed to be backfiring. Have her home not a minute later than 9. You hear me? Yes, sir. I'd never do anything to hurt her reputation. Samuel helped Edith into the wagon. We'll be back soon. I'll take good care of her. Francis watched as they drove off, before stomping into the house. He couldn't believe his brother was letting his baby girl go out with men that way. What was he thinking? Iris was sitting at the table talking quietly to Mally while his younger girls were taking care of the dishes. Eddie was washing while Katie dried. He walked to the table and sat beside Iris, gripping her hand under the table where his girls couldn't see. Mally quit talking as soon as he sat down. She looked down at her lap. Is something wrong? Francis asked, looking between Mally and Iris. Iris smiled, shaking her head. Just girl talk. Mally had asked her about a boy she had a crush on at school, listening intently to Iris's advice to just keep playing together at recess. What kind of girl talk? He asked, frowning. Had Mally been hiding something from him? What did you ladies talk about while I was out on the porch trying to frighten Mr. Garrity? Mally's eyes were wide as she looked at her pa. Why were you trying to scare Edith's beau, Pa? Francis shrugged. Why won't you tell me what you were talking about? Mally frowned, looking down. Iris shook her head at Francis. I can't tell you. I was having a private discussion with my patient. I can't betray her trust in me. Francis looked between his oldest daughter and Iris. What kind of secret could a 10-year-old girl be having that she was afraid for her father to know? Was Iris teaching her to use her feminine wiles? Would you tell me if it was something I needed to know? Iris nodded. If I thought she could be hurt in any way, I would tell you immediately. He was fortunate to have Iris as the woman his daughter confided in, and he knew it. She was a good friend to his daughter and a good lady friend to him. He knew he wanted her in his life for as long as he could have her. He couldn't say that he loved her, because he'd known her for such a short time, but she was definitely good for him and his children. I trust you, he finally said, making it clear that he wasn't suspicious of her. He didn't want her to think that she had to be careful to guard her words around him. Iris squeezed the hand that held hers under the table. I'm glad. Mally's eyes lit up as she watched them. Pa, shouldn't you have brought flowers to Dr. Iris? Isn't that what a man does when he courts a woman? Iris hid her grin, looking at Francis and waiting for his answer. She knew Mally was making him uncomfortable, but she didn't care. She wanted to know his answer. Well, I don't know what her favorite flower is, Francis said, running a hand along the back of his neck. Courting was hard enough when it was just a man and a woman. How was he going to be able to make it work with 3 young girls always around? Mally looked at her father as if he'd lost his mind. Probably Iris's. Francis closed his eyes for a moment, feeling like the biggest oaf alive. Iris's next words didn't help. What did you think it was? Marigolds? I feel like an idiot for not just knowing that, he mumbled. Iris laughed, leaning over and resting her head on his shoulder for a moment. Don't. I could prefer roses or lilies or daisies. You could, but I can see why you don't. He looked at her, trying to remember which flower was an iris. He had no idea. I don't even know what an iris looks like, he finally admitted. Well, I'm not an artist like my sister, Violet, but I can draw an iris easily enough. Do you have paper and a pencil? Violet had loved art so much that if Iris wanted time with her sister who was closest to her in age, she had to be willing to do something that had to do with art. Mally jumped up to get the paper and pencil, bringing it to the table and placing it in front of Iris with her good hand. I like to draw, Mally said shyly as she watched Iris pick up the pencil. I'll have to introduce you to my sister then, Iris said as she made swift strokes on the paper with the pencil. When she was finished, she moved the paper over in front of Francis. It's a purple flower. Very pretty actually. Francis nodded as he looked at the drawing. She was a better artist than she let on. I think I know the flower you're talking about. Iris shrugged. My sister could have done a much better job. Violet is so good with a paintbrush. She's been painting since we were both tiny. I think I was 3 when she got her first easel. She hasn't stopped painting since. Mally smiled. I would love to have an easel. She looked at her father. Maybe for my birthday, Pa? Francis looked at Mally, surprised by her words. He'd had no idea his oldest daughter was interested in art. Maybe. He wouldn't even know where to find an easel. Maybe there would be one in the Sears and Roebuck catalog he could order. Your birthday isn't for several months anyway. Mally nodded. I know, but it's nice to think about it. Iris smiled at Mally. What else would you like for your birthday? Mally tilted her head to the side and thought about it. A new dress. One that I get to go to the store and pick out the fabric for. Aunt Tracy always makes my dresses, but she doesn't like to go to the store on Saturdays, because it's too busy. So she goes during the week while I'm in school. I've never picked out my own dress before. Iris nodded. She couldn't sew at all, but Edna Petunia could. She could even make her a nice hat to go with the dress, since she'd been a hat maker most of her life. Pa's birthday is next, Mally told Iris. It's next week. Iris looked at Francis. It is? What do you want for your birthday? Francis had been watching Iris and how well she handled Mally, thinking that all he wanted in life was for this woman to marry him, be a mother to his girls, and a good wife to him. He could picture waking up next to her every morning. He knew it was too soon to ask, but he didn't really want to wait. Me? I think I want a wife for my birthday. He could see by the look on her face that he'd shocked her, but he really didn't care at that moment. The truth was the truth. Iris wasn't certain if he was declaring his intentions to find a wife, or suggesting she become his wife. Either way, she found his words odd, especially with his daughter sitting there. So are you going to send off for a bride? She asked, keeping her face carefully blank. No, I thought I'd just marry you. He knew he was bungling things. This wasn't the right way to ask a woman to marry him, but he didn't know how to do it right. The girls already love you. How about it? If she could accept that ridiculous proposal, then she was definitely the perfect woman for him. Iris fought to come up with a suitable answer. You want me to marry you next week? Oh, her mother would have a fit. Iris could just picture Mary opening the telegram. She would be on the first train to Texas. My mother would kill me. Francis frowned. Your mother doesn't think you should marry a rancher? Iris laughed. No, 2 of my sisters are married to ranchers in Montana. That's not it. You see, my mother wants at least one of her daughters to let her plan a big wedding. All of my sisters married too quickly for her tastes. I'm her last hope. Francis looked down at the table. It was a flimsy objection, but better than her coming right out and refusing him. I see. Mally looked between her father and Iris, a pleading look in her eyes. Why don't you marry Pa next week on his birthday, and then your mother can throw a big reception? Either here or in Seattle. I'd love to go to Seattle and meet your whole family. Iris thought about the suggestion for a moment. You know, that's not a bad idea. Mother could have the fun of planning, and I could marry your Pa next week. She honestly loved the idea. She wasn't in love with him yet, but she knew she easily could be. She felt comfortable in his home, and wanted to spend her time with his girls. She looked at Francis. If you're all right with the idea of marrying next week, but having a big reception in 6 months' time, then I'll marry you. Francis looked at her for a moment, his eyes intense. Are you serious? You'll marry us? Iris looked behind Francis and saw Eddie and Katie standing behind him, their eyes wide and pleading. Please, Dr. Iris? Eddie begged. Iris laughed. Yes. I'd love to marry you. Francis grabbed Iris and pulled her into his lap, kissing her soundly. The girls, who didn't remember their mother, looked on with slack jaws. When Francis finally let Iris come up for air, she grinned at the 3 girls who were standing together. You'd better get used to kissing, because I like kissing your pa. Katie threw herself at Iris, her face buried in Iris's neck. I always wanted a ma. She pulled back after a moment and looked up at Iris. Will we have to call you Dr. Ma? Iris laughed. You can keep calling me Dr. Iris if you want, or you can call me Ma. It's up to you girls. Katie sighed happily, her head resting on Iris's shoulder. Ma. Iris felt tears prick her eyes. I couldn't ask for better daughters. She looked at Francis, who was watching her with a smile, his hand stroking her back gently. What day is your birthday? Monday. Iris nodded. I can be ready in a week. She didn't know what she'd do with Edna Petunia, but she was sure the old woman could continue to live in her house. Francis smiled. I can't think of anything I'd rather have for my birthday. Chapter 6. As soon as Edith was back from her drive, Francis and Iris headed back to town. Iris sat as close to Francis as she could. It seems strange knowing we'll be married in a week. Iris still couldn't believe it. Francis smiled. I can't wait. I want to be married to you. I know you'll be the perfect mother for my girls, and I know you'll be the perfect lover for me. Iris blushed, happy that it was too dark for him to see her well. I'm not sure if you should talk to me that way. He chuckled. Don't expect me to stop anytime soon. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders. I'm getting something special with this marriage. I'm getting a woman I actually chose to be my wife. Catherine was sent to me. She's not someone I would have chosen. You? I took one look at you and knew I wanted you in my bed. Francis. She couldn't believe he would speak that way when they weren't even married. Even a husband shouldn't speak to his wife that way, should he? Get used to it. She heard what sounded like a dog howling. I wonder what that dog is howling at. That's not a dog. That's a coyote. He felt her shudder. Don't worry. I have my rifle under the seat. He probably won't come too close, but if he does we're ready. I don't know how I'm going to tell Edna Petunia. She moved to a different state so she could be my companion, and within 3 weeks of arriving I'm getting married. She can still be my nurse, of course, but it's not the same. She frowned. She hated letting anyone down, and that's what she felt like she was doing. Of course Edna had wanted her to marry Francis from the moment she met him. She'll be fine. Rumor has it she's seeing this old coot who hangs around in the woods. Francis had heard a lot of people talk about Edna and the old man. He didn't know if it was true, but there were enough people claiming it was that he tended to believe it. You really think Edna Petunia is seeing someone? Like courting? Do you have any idea how old that woman is? Francis shrugged. Oh, she's old. There's no doubting that. Even old people deserve love though, don't they? Iris frowned. Well, of course they do. That's not what I'm saying. It's just Edna Petunia. I feel like she's my responsibility. Is there something wrong with her that someone needs to watch over her? From what little Francis had seen of the old woman, she didn't seem to be in ill health, just a little crazy. Not physically. She's just a little, oh, how do you describe Edna? She's just a little too Edna. I'm not sure if I want to protect her from the world or protect the world from her. That's exactly what I was thinking. He pulled the wagon to the side of the road. I wouldn't feel right kissing you goodnight in town, just in case someone is watching. Iris frowned. It won't bother me if someone sees us kiss. We're about to be married. Yes, but if I kiss you goodnight here, I don't have to worry if anyone sees us. I don't think anyone should see me kiss you the way I'm about to kiss you. His voice deepened as he spoke. Iris grinned. Oh really? How are you about to kiss me? He certainly wasn't asking permission to kiss her now. Francis pulled her close against him, his lips coming down hard on hers. At first, he kept his hands on the sides of her face, but once her hands went to his shoulders, and her mouth opened for his hands moving down to explore her body. He brought one hand around to cup her breast. At her soft moan, he lifted his head. He found her nipple through the layers of cloth that separated them, stroking it with his thumb. Do you like that? He could see by the pale moonlight that her eyes were closed, and her lips were still parted. She looked wanton in his eyes. He let out a low groan. How am I going to be able to wait a week? Iris pulled his head down for another kiss. She didn't want to think about waiting. She just wanted to be kissed. He pulled her onto his lap, turning her so she sat astride him. Her skirt was bunched up around her waist. All he would have to do was unbutton the placard of his pants, and he could be inside her. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't stop thinking about how it would feel to slide into her. Iris was at first shocked by the position he put her into, but she found she liked being over him this way. She settled on top of him, feeling his hardness through his pants. She moved against him. His hands went to her hips, pulling her down even harder against him. Sweat stood out on his forehead. It never would have occurred to him to do something like this with Catherine in a wagon, but with Iris, he wanted nothing more than to make love to her right there. Iris unbuttoned the top 3 buttons of his shirt, sliding her hand underneath the fabric. She had to touch his flesh. She encountered a soft covering of hair, and stroked her fingers through it. You feel so good. Francis groaned. We have to stop. In another minute, I won't be able to. I don't want to stop. Even Iris was surprised as the words passed her lips. Francis wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. We have to. I want our wedding night to be special. Iris sighed, burying her face in his neck. I do too. But I want to feel you inside me. Iris, you're killing me. He grasped her hips in his hands to lift her off, but had to pull her against him one more time first. 1 week. We can wait 1 week. He lifted her off him, and moved her back to the seat beside him. Who would have thought that a beautiful woman like her would catch fire the way she did? Iris carefully righted her skirts. She kept her face averted from him. She felt as if she were a horrible person, because she just didn't want to stop. Francis buttoned his shirt. He shifted in his seat to get comfortable. Glancing over, he saw her looking away. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have touched you that way. Will you forgive me? Iris looked at him, tears pricking her eyes. You're not angry with me? You don't think I'm a bad person? He reached out with one hand and pulled her back against him, kissing the top of her head. Absolutely not. The things we feel for each other are natural. We just need to wait until we're married to finish what we started. Is it terrible that I don't want to wait? She asked, her voice soft and petulant. I sure hope not. Because I don't want to wait either. He picked up the reins and started driving. I think I'm going to send the girls to stay with Andy and Tracy for a week after we marry. I hope that doesn't make them feel like we don't want them around. We'll make sure they know they're wanted. We just don't dare make love with them in the house right away. I have a feeling we're going to be loud. Iris blushed. So what will we do after the first week? I have a feeling we won't get enough of each other quickly. Francis shrugged. Hopefully by then we'll have found enough strength that we can be quiet. I hope you know that I already love your girls. I'm so happy that you're going to share them with me. Francis wasn't certain why he was disappointed that she hadn't said she loved him. But he was. I'm glad. And he was glad she loved the girls. He truly was. Do you want me to close the office next week? Francis thought about it for a moment before shaking his head. I won't be able to stop working, so there's no reason for you to. Maybe we can both just work mornings all week. My men can do most of the work on their own. They just need to remember that I'll be around in the mornings, so they'll know they need to keep going. Your men? He nodded. I have a huge ranch. I have 5 men working for me. Iris was surprised. She never really thought about the logistics of his ranch. I'll do that then. I'll put up a sign tomorrow saying that the office will be open only in the mornings next week. Will we get married Monday morning or afternoon? Iris wasn't sure how she was going to get a hold of an Iris before Monday, but she knew she needed to. Her mother would be upset enough that she couldn't attend the wedding, but if she didn't have an Iris, she was certain she'd be disowned. Afternoon, I think. The girls will be in school in the morning, and I want them there. We'll get married right after they're out of school. That sounds good. She saw that they'd almost reached town. Do you know where I can find an iris? I really need to have one for my wedding. Francis thought it was an odd request, but he didn't say anything. He knew women were strange about their wedding day. I'll send one of my men into Austin on Sunday night. He can get your iris from a florist there on Monday morning and be back here in time for the wedding on Monday afternoon. I would appreciate it. The wagon stopped in front of her house, and Francis helped her down. She could see a light burning inside the house. Edna Petunia must have beaten me home. He leaned down and kissed her cheek. Why don't the girls and I come over Saturday and pick up most of your things? That way you won't have to worry about it on Monday. Are you going to invite your brothers and sisters to the wedding? Francis nodded. Even though it's short notice, they'll want to be there. Besides, we need Tracy to take the girls home with her. He walked her to the door. I'll see you just before lunch on Saturday. Why don't I plan on making lunch for everyone? I'd like to get to know the girls a little bit better before the wedding. Besides, they'll be good little chaperones. Francis let out a short bark of laughter. Judging by what happened on the way home, we need one. Iris stood on tiptoe and put her lips to his ear. If you didn't set my body on fire, it would be much easier. He grinned. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm looking forward to setting your body on fire a whole lot after the wedding. He stood watching as she opened the door and went inside. Getting into the wagon, he started the 30-minute drive home. He must have done something right for God to send Iris to him. Iris stepped into the tiny house she shared with Edna Petunia and immediately saw the older woman sitting at the table, a look of utter shock on her face. Iris moved to her side, slipping into the seat beside her. Edna Petunia? Are you all right? What could have happened to her? Edna nodded slowly. I think I am. She turned to Iris, and there was a tear trickling down her withered old face. How soon do you think you can replace me? Iris sat back in her chair, astonished by the question. What would make Edna ask that? Are you unhappy with me? I thought this was working out well for both of us. Oh, it is. I've had a better offer. One I just can't refuse. A better offer? What do you mean a better offer? Iris was flabbergasted. What kind of offer did a woman Edna's age receive? Edna pulled herself up to her full height, her bosom sticking out as far as it could. I mean a better offer. She said nothing else, and Iris studied her face for a moment before responding. Are you happy? Edna nodded emphatically. Oh, Iris, I never dreamed I could be this happy again. But you don't want to talk about it? Iris didn't know what to say. She'd never met anyone who didn't want to talk about it when they found something that made them happy. Edna Petunia shook her head. I'm afraid if I talk about it, it will all just disappear. I can't tell anyone. Iris nodded slowly. I don't think I understand, but I can find someone whenever you need me to. I won't need a companion any longer anyway. You see. Well, I'm getting married. On Monday. Edna's eyes grew wide and her hand covered her mouth. Suddenly she let out such a loud cackle that Iris almost fell from her chair. Your mama is going to kill you. You were her last hope. She looked positively gleeful at the idea that Mary's desire to plan a wedding would be thwarted after all. Iris hung her head. Oh, I know. I'm going to send her a letter and tell her that I'm getting married now, but I want her to plan a huge reception for me in 6 months. She looked at Edna Petunia through her eyelashes. Do you think she'll disown me? Edna sighed. No, I don't think she will. She loves you girls with everything inside her. She's going to be disappointed, but not as disappointed as she'd be if you showed up for your wedding 6 months along. She eyed Iris skeptically. You're not carrying a bastard baby, are you? 'Cause you don't have to marry if that's it. I'd help you. Iris shook her head. No, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not having a bastard baby. We're waiting until the wedding night to consummate. I don't want to, but he's insisting. She shrugged. Leave it to me to pick a man who is going to be noble about things. She couldn't believe she was actually complaining about Francis wanting to do the right thing, but she was feeling extremely frustrated. Her whole body was tense. Edna Petunia took Iris's hand in hers. You know, I think you're doing the right thing by waiting. It's only a week. She looked like she wanted to say more, but instead she stood up abruptly. Well, if you're getting married on Monday, you won't need me after that. You'll have to find a new nurse, but that should be easy enough. I'll move on Monday afternoon. When will the wedding be? Move? You're not leaving the area, are you? Oh, of course not. Someone has to keep an eye on you. I'll move on with my life, so moving in that sense, but also moving out of this house. Edna stretched, a twinkle in her eyes. She didn't say where she was moving, and Iris knew better than to ask. Do you want me to send your mama a telegram in the morning? Oh, good Lord, no. If I sent her a telegram, she could be here in time to stop the wedding. No, we'll send her a letter. There's no way she'll get here to change anything then. I'll give her a choice of planning the reception here or in Seattle. I'm sure it'll be Seattle, though. She wants to have a huge party for her friends to show off her daughters and grandchildren. Iris rolled her eyes. They've all seen us a million times. I don't know why it matters so much. Edna's face grew serious. It matters, because she's proud of you. She wants to show off the good matches her daughters keep making for themselves, and all her beautiful grandbabies. I think you having the reception is just the right answer. Iris nodded, hugging the older woman impulsively. I'm sorry we won't have more time to work together. I'm going to miss you, Edna Petunia. Edna wiped a tear from her face. I'll miss you too, Iris. Your family has reminded me what love is all about. She pushed Iris away. Look at you getting maudlin so late at night. Glancing at the clock, she put her hands on her hips. It's time for you to be in bed, young lady. Iris laughed. I'm a doctor. You can't boss me around. She stood up though, knowing Edna was right. She did need to sleep. She hoped she could sleep well and not just spend the night daydreaming about her wedding night. Who would have thought she'd be so passionate? Watch me. Edna kissed Iris's cheek before slipping off into her room. Iris watched the older woman practically float off to her bedroom and wondered again what was happening. She couldn't be marrying someone, could she? Chapter 7. Iris spent most of the morning struggling to write the letter to her mother. She began it 4 times, only to throw it away. Finally, Edna Petunia walked into the examining room where she was working on it. If you don't get that letter finished before lunchtime so we can mail it on our way home, then I'm going to send that telegram, and there will be no wedding to worry about telling your mama about. Iris glared at the backside of the old woman as she left the room. She stared down at the blank page in front of her and quickly scrawled out a note in her less-than-perfect script. Dear Mama, you're not going to be happy with me, but let me just say that I've come up with a compromise I think you'll be satisfied with. I'm going to be married on Monday afternoon. Edna Petunia approves of the man, so I'm not having Aunt Harriet investigate him. I'm marrying immediately, which I know will make you unhappy, but we just can't wait, Mama. As Edna Petunia always says, better to rush the wedding than have a bastard baby. Anyway, what I thought we could do is have a reception in Seattle in 6 months' time. That way, you can plan a grand party. All of your flowers will be there along with the grandbabies, and we each get what we want. I get to be married immediately, but you get to have a nice reception. Please tell me you don't hate me for doing this. I know you were holding out hope that I wouldn't be like my sisters, but I just can't wait 6 months. All my love, Iris. She read over the letter and sighed. Her mother would never forgive her. P.S. I will write you as soon as I have my new address to give you. I'm adding 3 more grandbabies. Their names are Mally, Eddie, and Katie Harvey. She folded the note before she could change anything about it, or worse, throw it away so she'd have to start over again. She took it to the front where Edna Petunia sat making a hat. She didn't recall the older woman bringing in hat-making supplies or leaving, but she asked nothing. With Edna Petunia, there was no telling. She wouldn't be surprised if the woman had laid a finger aside her nose and caused the materials to simply appear, just as St. Nicholas did in the poem when he needed to perform magic. Iris threw the letter onto the desk where Edna was working. There. It's done. Are you happy now? I'm always happy. The question is, how do you feel about it all? Edna carefully sewed a huge, ugly flower to the front of the hat while she talked. Iris thought about that for a moment. I think I'm happy with it. I know Mama will be disappointed, but I do think she'll feel a lot better because of the compromise. She wished she could explain in person, but she knew her mother would stop everything if she tried. I do too. She held up the hat. What do you think? Iris looked at the hat. It was one of the most hideous things she'd ever seen in her life, and she hoped with everything inside her that Edna hadn't made that for her for the wedding. It's not nice. Who's it for? Oh, you can get that worried look off your face, Iris Sullivan. The hat is for me, not you. Iris tried not to let the relief show on her face. It will look darling on you, she fibbed. She hoped Edna wasn't planning on wearing it to her wedding, but if she did, the world wouldn't end. She couldn't ask for a better maid of honor, even if she could find one with better taste in hats. I can see you hate it, but it suits me, don't you think? Edna perched it atop her gray hair and modeled it for Iris. It does suit you. And surprisingly, it did. Iris frowned, remembering her conversation with Mally the night before. I told Mally we, meaning you, would make her a dress and a hat for her birthday last night. I don't suppose you could. I'm not disappearing from your life, Iris Sullivan. You can't get rid of me that easily. Of course, we can do that. I just can't work for you any longer. Edna Petunia smiled proudly. I'd be honored to help you make some dresses for those precious girls. Iris waited expectantly for the reason why Edna Petunia couldn't continue working for her, but the answer never came. Let's go mail that letter, and we'll get some lunch, Edna suggested. She turned the sign in the door to closed, and the two of them left the office arm in arm. Iris didn't have much to prepare for her move to the Harvey ranch. She carefully packed all but 2 dresses in tissue paper early on Saturday morning. She had a good thick stew on the stove for Francis and the girls when they arrived. Edna Petunia, as usual, was nowhere to be found, but Iris did her best not to think about that. She popped 2 loaves of bread into the oven just as she heard a knock on her door. She opened the door wide and was immediately embraced by Katie. We're here to take all your things to our house so you can move in on Monday and start being our ma. You are? Iris asked, feigning surprise. Shouldn't someone have asked me to be your ma? Pa did. Mally said. Don't you remember? Well, he asked me to be his wife, but he can't ask me to be your ma. Only you girls can do that. Iris grinned at the looks of pleasure on their faces. The 3 girls all crowded around her. Mally looked at her younger sisters. Y'all okay if I ask? Katie nodded soberly. She was obviously taking the conversation to heart. Eddie looked back and forth between Francis, who stood off to the side with a smile on his face, watching and listening to the conversation, to Iris. Finally she nodded, seeming unsure of what was happening. You can't take back your yes now, can you? Iris almost pulled the girl into her arms, but decided to see how things played out first. She certainly didn't want Eddie to get upset by the whole thing, but she wanted the girls to feel like they had some say in getting her for a stepmother. Mally seemed to understand what Iris wanted, though. Dr. Iris, would you do us the great honor of becoming our new ma? Iris tilted her head to one side as if contemplating the question. Katie and Eddie stood side by side, holding hands, looking as if their whole future hung in the balance. Finally Iris nodded. I can think of nothing I'd like more. The 2 younger girls threw themselves at Iris, almost knocking her off her feet. I was so scared you'd say no, Eddie admitted with a frown. Iris stroked the girl's hair. How could I say no to you 3? I think even if your pa was an ogre, I'd have to marry him just to be your mother. They were such darlings, and she already loved them so much. She just hoped they remembered to be darlings to her after the wedding. Katie seemed to consider that for a moment before asking, "What's an ogre?" Iris smiled, thinking of the bedtime stories she could tell the girls. An ogre is a huge man who is ugly, stupid, clumsy, and malformed. Katie's eyes widened with wonder. "Have you ever met one?" Iris nodded. "When I was in medical school, I had one for a classmate. He flunked out though." Her eyes were twinkling as they met Francis's over the heads of the girls. Francis let out a bark of laughter. "Girls, move out of my way. I want to kiss my fiancé." "What's a fiancé?" Eddie asked as she moved out of the way. Francis stroked Iris's cheek with one finger before answering. "A fiancé is the person who has promised to marry you. So until she's my wife, Iris will be my fiancé." He didn't wait for a response before he dipped his head and claimed Iris's lips in a kiss. He kept the kiss light, aware of the young eyes watching them. When Francis straightened up, Iris wished she could pull him back down for a longer kiss, but she knew the girls didn't need to see that. "I'd better check on that bread," she said, slightly flustered by Francis's kiss. In 2 days, they wouldn't have to stop. They could wait for 2 more days. After lunch was finished, the 4 of them carried all of Iris's things out to the wagon. She had one more small trunk that she would take with her on Monday, but otherwise everything she owned was on the wagon for the ride out to the Harvey ranch. "Do you want to come out with us and put your things away for yourself?" Francis asked. Iris thought about that for a moment. If she went with them, she'd be able to see more of the house and spend more time with the children. If she didn't, she'd have an easier time making it through to her wedding, still a virgin. No, she needed to stay home. She shook her head. "No, I need to stay here. I'll put my things away on Monday, though." "You don't need to do that for me." Francis nodded as if he could see right into her mind, knowing what she was thinking. He kissed her quickly before climbing up onto the wagon where the girls were already perched. "I'll see you at church tomorrow." Iris nodded, watching as they drove away. She couldn't wait to see Andy at church and see what he had to say about them marrying so quickly. Iris sat with Francis and his girls at church the following morning. It felt strange, and she knew everyone was looking at them, but she did it anyway. Edna Petunia sat alone at the back of the church. When Iris invited her to join them, the older woman shook her head with tears in her eyes. "No, you have a family now. You need to be with them, not this crazy old woman." Iris started to tell her she wasn't crazy, but she didn't believe in lying, so she'd simply squeezed the older woman's hand before joining Francis at the front of the church. She shared a hymnal with Francis, the 2 of them each holding one of the pages open to the right song. Katie sat to her left, proudly gripping Iris's arm, as if to stake claim on her new mother. After the service, people lined up to meet her. "Aren't you the new doctor in town? Did you know Francis before you arrived?" One of the older ladies in the church peered at Iris as if she was trying to figure out exactly what had happened to make Iris the new fiancée of someone she'd known for years. Iris shook her head. "No, ma'am. I met Francis the day Mally broke her arm. I'd never set eyes on him before that." The woman frowned. "Francis isn't one to just run off and marry the first pretty face he sees. How'd you get him to ask you to marry him?" She crossed her arms over her chest. Iris shrugged, feeling annoyed. "I'm not sure. Maybe he took one look at me and knew I was the perfect mother for his children." The woman humphed. "If it was that easy, he'd have married my daughter Beulah May years ago. She would do the right thing and stay home with her family, not try to have a career." Iris looked at the younger version of the crotchety old woman she was talking to. The younger woman was so thin, she looked unhealthy, and her nose was huge. Iris knew that looks weren't terribly important, but she certainly wouldn't have wanted to wake up to that face every morning. "I guess you'll have to ask Francis then. I'm not sure why he'd choose me." Francis had a hard look on his face. "I chose Iris because she's a beautiful, intelligent woman who's good with my children." His hand reached for hers, squeezing it softly. "I also didn't grow up playing with Iris." When you've known someone since you were both in diapers, it's hard to think of her as a potential wife. He gave Beulah May an apologetic smile. Beulah May blushed. I don't think I could parent another woman's children anyway. I'd always be asking myself if Catherine would do something the same way I'm doing it, or if she'd approve of how I'm doing things. Iris hadn't thought about those things, but she was secure enough in herself that she wasn't terribly worried. She didn't think Francis would be comparing her to his dead wife, so she simply smiled at Beulah May. Have you lived here your entire life, Beulah May? She asked softly. The older girl nodded. Sometimes I wish I could go somewhere else, but Mama needs me. The old woman smiled, patting her daughter's hand. That I do. Every woman should be so blessed as to have a daughter like you. She frowned at Iris. Good day. Iris looked at Francis, trying to figure out what had just happened. He leaned down to whisper, Mrs. Pinkston always had the notion that Beulah May and I should marry, even though neither of us were at all interested. She just can't let go of the idea, though. Tracy and Andy stopped in front of him. Andy grinned at Iris. So, I get a new sister, do I? Iris blushed. Yes, you do. And you couldn't wait until next month to get married? He turned his attention to Francis. What's your all-fired hurry there, Francis? You couldn't wait another minute to get her to be your wife? His pause was deliberate enough that Iris blushed. Francis shrugged. I didn't marry her within minutes of meeting her, like you did Tracy. Tracy ignored the men and hugged Iris. They're both crazy. Welcome to the family. Iris smiled. Thank you. I'm happy to be part of it. What will your companion do? Tracy asked, her eyes searching the church. You know, she asked me to find someone to replace her. She's done working for me. Iris frowned. I'm not sure what she's going to do, but I do know I need a new nurse. Tracy thought that over for a moment. I think Edith would enjoy the task if you don't have someone else in mind. You'd have to train her, but she would be happy to do it. Iris thought that over for a moment. Edith wouldn't be needed as much to help her uncle once Iris married him. It was the perfect solution. I think that would be wonderful. Have her come talk to me in the morning, would you? Tracy nodded with a smile. I definitely will. And don't worry, if you don't think she's right for the job, no one will be angry with you if you hire someone else. Iris looked around until she spotted Edith in the corner with Samuel. They seemed to be deep in conversation. Do you think she'll be married soon? Tracy followed Iris's gaze. I think they'll wait another year or two. He wants to be able to buy his own spread before they settle. If Edith is working, she can help him save for it, though. Iris had come from a wealthy family, and money had never mattered much to her as a result. She'd never really had to work to save money for anything. Will he let her help pay? Samuel looked like the kind of man who would want to support his family with his own money. Tracy shrugged. I don't know, but there's only one way to find out. Even if he won't let her help with buying the land or the house, he's not going to stop her from sewing curtains and a tablecloth. She can still use the money she earns for their future. I hadn't thought of it that way. Are you coming to lunch at my place? Francis and the girls will be there. Iris bit her lip as she contemplated. I'm not certain that's a good idea. Do you have too much packing? Tracy asked. Not exactly. I don't think it's a good idea for me to spend more time with Francis before we marry. Iris dropped her voice to a whisper, her words only for Tracy's ears. Tracy looked at Iris in confusion for a moment, before her eyes widened. Oh. I see. I could make sure you were constantly chaperoned. Iris shook her head. As much as I appreciate the offer and want to come, I think it's best if I stayed in town today. I'll be there next week. Francis still had her hand in his, and he squeezed it. Thank you for watching the girls for us. It's appreciated. Iris really liked the idea of her first week as a married woman being with just her and her husband. As much as she loved the girls, she knew that she and Francis needed the time alone together. I wish there had been someone to do the same for me when I first married Andy. It's strange to be a newlywed with a house full of children. I'm surprised sweet Mrs. Pinkston didn't offer to keep them for you for a while, Iris said, her smile betraying her joke. Sweet Mrs. Pinkston? You have met the woman, right? I have. Iris looked up to find Francis looking down at her. What? She asked, slightly embarrassed. Francis smiled. Just looking at the beautiful woman who will be my wife in a little over 24 hours. I talked to the pastor, and he said to meet him here after school is out. Iris blushed. Would Francis always say things that would make her blush instead of others? She quickly changed the subject. Edna Petunia is coming to the wedding, is that all right? They hadn't really talked about what they wanted from a wedding, so she was just planning on wearing her best dress, and coming with Edna Petunia, who would be her maid of honor. That's not unexpected. You can invite whomever you'd like. My brothers and sister and their families will all be here. It may be short notice, but they love me, and it's a wedding. He shrugged. Even Maddie is coming. She said the tea you gave her is making a huge difference. Iris smiled. I'm so glad. I've wondered about her, and even thought about dropping by again, but I wasn't sure how she'd react to a doctor making 2 unexpected house calls. I'm not so desperate for patients that I want to keep showing up on their doorsteps bothering them. Oh! Francis exclaimed. There she is now. Iris turned and saw Maddie waddling toward them, a huge smile on her face. How are you feeling? She asked. Maddie hurried to Iris, hugging her tightly. I had no idea you and Francis were courting. Why didn't you tell me while you were at my house? I'm feeling fine, by the way, she said laughing. I'm so glad. I was unsure of what was happening with Francis when we talked that day, so I didn't say anything. Iris glanced up at Francis, her hand reaching out to take his. I think I have a better idea now. Maddie laughed again, the sound filling the church. Iris was amazed at how much better she looked than she had less than a week prior. I can see that. I'm so happy for you both. My new sister is a doctor. It will be nice to have a Dr. Harvey in the family. Iris frowned for a moment. She hadn't thought about having to change her name. Her credentials were all listed as Iris Sullivan. She looked up at Francis. I hadn't considered that I'd be changing my name. How would he feel if she said she didn't want to? Francis frowned. Does that bother you? I don't guess so. I worked hard to become Dr. Sullivan. It will be strange to have a different name. Francis hadn't thought about how she would feel. Harvey was a good name, and he was proud of it. But you'll use Harvey once we're married, right? Iris nodded. She knew it was expected of her. Of course I will. What wife wouldn't use her new husband's name? Truly, she wanted to refuse, but her mother would have a fit if she heard about it. She needed to not balk convention any more than she already had. Did all the other flowers change their names when they married? He asked. Oh, yes, of course. But none of them had a medical degree in their maiden name. I'm changing my name, Francis. Truly. Whether she wanted to or not, she knew it was the right thing to do. Maddie looked back and forth between them. What other flowers? Iris grinned. All of my sisters have flower names. I'm Iris. I have a sister Rose, a sister Lily, and so on. And a sister Lavender? Maddie asked with a grin. Iris laughed. My mother quit having babies before she got to Lavender, I'm afraid. There were only 8 of us after all. All girls? Iris nodded, remembering they'd talked about that. I don't know if my father was happy or sad about that. He never said, but he's always seemed content. Francis smiled. I'm certain he didn't mind. I have all girls too, if you'll recall. Iris looked at him, her head tilted to one side. And you don't want a son? She truly hadn't contemplated what it would be like to carry his child before that moment. She found she rather liked the idea. Francis leaned down and touched his lips to her ear, whispering, I don't know if we should be talking about that in church. I'd be happy to give you a son, though, if that's what you want. Iris blushed, swatting his arm. Francis Harvey, that's not what I meant at all, and you know it. Maddie looked back and forth between the betrothed couple, not asking anything but just grinning. Are you coming out to Tracy's today? She asked. Iris shook her head. No, I think I need to stay in town and finish getting ready for the wedding tomorrow. Maddie nodded. Can't risk being alone with my brother, can you? No, I really can't, Iris agreed with a laugh. He won't keep his hands to himself. Francis raised an eyebrow at her. Do you really want me to? Because I probably could manage if I tried hard enough. Yes, I do. Today, tomorrow, after the wedding, probably not. She winked at him playfully, expecting lightning to strike at any moment for the irreverent conversation they were having in the church. Only probably? He asked, a perplexed look on his face. You never know. By then, I may be angry with you again. She looked at Maddie, who was watching them with laughter in her eyes. No one in this world can make me as angry as Francis does. Then you're made for each other. I think you only get that angry when you truly love someone. Maddie glanced over at a man who had stepped up beside her. This is my husband, Richard. Iris smiled, holding out her hand to shake. I'm Iris Sullivan. You know, you should work at not making your wife angry while she's expecting. She laughed at the perplexed look on the man's face. You should practice saying, Iris Harvey. You don't want to forget what your name is after we're married, Francis told her, a teasing look on his face. Iris ignored him. I'm pleased to meet you. Richard grinned. You're going to fit right in with the Harvey family. No doubt about that. He stroked his hand down Maddie's back, his eyes tender. How are you feeling, honey? Maddie smiled at him, and it seemed to Iris as if everyone else in the church disappeared for her. I'm doing much better. The tea really is helping. She rested her palm flat on his chest as if to soothe him. Good. I've been worried about you. Richard looked at Iris. I can't thank you enough for coming out to see Maddie. She's been a new woman. I just wish we'd known about that tea for her other pregnancies. I'll talk to the local midwife about it. It's something anyone dealing with expectant mothers should just have on hand. Iris looked around the church. Does she attend here? Maddie shook her head. No, she lives north of nowhere and goes to church with our brother, whose name I can't remember. It's always worried me that she was so far. Iris patted Maddie's arm. Between the two of us, you're going to be fine. Why don't you let me know when it's time for her to check on you again, and I'll make sure I'm there. I can talk to her and give her some tea for her other patients. I'd be happy to. Thank you for being so concerned. I have to be. You're going to be my sister tomorrow. Maddie laughed. And that's the only reason? Iris grinned. Of course not. I'm concerned about the health of everyone in town. That's why they call me doctor. Francis and the girls drove Iris home a few minutes later. In the wagon on the way there, Francis asked, Are you sure you don't want to come to lunch at Tracy's? She's making fried chicken and mashed potatoes. Tracy makes the best fried chicken I've ever tasted. Iris smiled. As wonderful as that sounds, I really do have a few last-minute things I want to do before tomorrow. She needed a bit of time to contemplate things before the wedding. It wasn't just that she wanted to avoid Francis, which she did. Like what? He asked. Iris just shook her head. She didn't want to tell him about the nightgown she and Edna Petunia were making for their wedding night. It only needed to be hemmed, and Edna had told her she could do that on her own. The older woman was off again, but Iris was determined not to worry about it. Francis stopped in front of Iris's tiny house and jumped down to help Iris, telling the girls to stay where they were. He helped her down and then walked her to the door. I can't wait until tomorrow, he told her, his voice deep as it got every time they kissed. Iris smiled. I can't either. She stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek before opening the door. She waved to the girls. I'll see all of you tomorrow. With a wink at Francis, she closed the door behind her. Once she was inside, she went to the stove and put the leftover stew to cook on low heat. It would be a lonely meal without Edna Petunia, but it would be tasty. Chapter 8. Iris dreamed of Francis that night. She dreamed they were in a huge field of flowers, and she was standing in front of him, her body swollen with child. But it has to be a flower name. Maddie said we have to name her Lavender, Iris told him earnestly. But it's a boy. I know it is. Will you still love me if it's another girl? She asked softly. She pointed to the row of cradles behind her, each one with a baby in a frilly pink dress. I can only have girls. She woke then, sitting straight up in bed. She shook her head as she glanced out the window. It was almost dawn, by the looks of the sky. Instead of trying to go back to sleep, she rolled from her bed. It was her wedding day. She had to look her best. She found Edna already in the kitchen frying eggs and bacon. It's early, Edna Petunia. Why are you up? Edna shrugged. I couldn't sleep. This is a big day for both of us. She pulled toast from the oven and buttered it. Do you want coffee or milk? Iris frowned. I'd better just have milk this morning. I'm already so nervous that I think coffee would just make me worse. She poured herself a glass of milk and automatically poured Edna some coffee. What are your plans for the day? She walked around to sit at the table, facing Edna as she cooked. Edna Petunia evaded her eyes as she'd been doing for weeks. I'm going to be your maid of honor, of course. I see you finished hemming your nightgown. Iris accepted the change of subject with no argument. She wasn't going to ask any questions when she knew she wouldn't receive the answer anyway. For a woman who was completely open with people she'd just met, it was odd that she was being so secretive. I did. I stayed home yesterday to do it. You mean you stayed home because you were afraid of being alone with your fiancé? Admit it. Edna gave Iris a fiendish smile, as if she was delighted that Iris was only human when it came to the urges of the flesh. Iris shrugged. I'm not ashamed of the feelings I have for Francis. I think women should embrace their sexuality, not try to hide it. You've always been a smart one. Iris laughed. Edna acted as if she'd known Iris since birth, when in all honesty, they'd only known one another for a few years. I'm not afraid to say that I'm looking forward to my wedding night. Are you in love? Edna asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Iris shrugged. You know, I'm not sure. I think I could easily fall in love with Francis. He's a good man, and I certainly feel a lot of passion for him. Love? I'm not sure if I know him well enough yet. Do you think he's going to make you happy? I think we'll make each other happy. That's what really matters, Edna Petunia said as she put the food on the table. It's our last breakfast together. She had tears in her eyes, but Iris knew she was trying to make light of the situation. It is. Iris reached out and took Edna's hand in hers. I'm going to miss you, Edna Petunia. I hope you won't disappear from my life altogether. Edna shook her head. Of course, I won't. I need to make certain you're happy with your marriage. Your mother would never forgive me otherwise. Iris sighed. She's never going to forgive me as it is. I wonder if she's received my letter yet. You'd have heard her screech all the way from Seattle if she had. It's fine, though. I think you came up with a good compromise that will keep her content. I sure hope so. I don't want to completely alienate my mother. You won't. Edna Petunia gave Iris one of her knowing smiles. She loves you too much to push you out of her life. Iris wasn't surprised when she picked up her mail at the noon hour to find a letter from her mother. What shocked her were her mother's opening words. Iris Sullivan, I don't care if you're a doctor or not. If you marry that Mr. Harvey without me there, I'm going to scold you like a small child. I refuse to let you run off and marry like your sisters did. You will wait a respectable amount of time and allow me to plan a beautiful wedding. Do you understand me? Iris put her hand over her mouth as she read the words once more. How had her mother known? She tried to remember exactly what she'd written in the letter home right after Mally had broken her arm, but she only remembered complaining about the man who'd come for help and not wanted his daughter to be treated by a woman doctor. Edna Petunia was right behind her, so she handed the older woman the letter. Edna laughed. What did you expect? Your mama knows you, and your sisters. You all do the same thing. You meet a man who you fight with, and a few weeks later you end up married to him. It's like you're all living out your own bad romance novels. Iris shook her head. Have you been reading bad romance novels again, Edna Petunia? She knew the old woman had a habit of buying dime novels and hiding them under her pillow, reading a little every night until the book was finally finished, and then she'd sneak off and buy another one. She didn't know why Edna Petunia felt the need to hide her romance novel habit. It wasn't like there was anything wrong with reading them. At least she was reading. So what if I have? I like them. They keep my juices flowing. Iris closed her eyes for a moment, not wanting to think about the older woman's juices flowing as she'd so delicately put it. What? Do you think old people don't have those feelings? You think sex is just for young people? Well, you're wrong. Edna's voice got louder and louder. Iris looked around the mercantile where they'd picked up the letter. No one appeared to be listening. I know, Edna Petunia. If you want your juices to flow, they can flow any time. She tucked her hand through her companion's arm. Let's go get ready for the wedding. They walked along slowly, neither of them really willing to admit that their time together was over. Iris had thought they'd at least get to work together after the wedding, but apparently even that wasn't meant to be. Edna carefully arranged Iris's hair and helped her dress. The last of Iris's things were packed into a trunk. Finally, Edna Petunia looked at the clock. It's time to go to the church. Iris nodded. I'm ready. Francis had promised they'd stop by her house to get the rest of her things on the way out to the ranch after the wedding. As excited as she was to be marrying him, she suddenly felt extremely nervous. Laughing softly, she put her hand over her stomach, trying to still her nerves. Butterflies in your stomach? Edna Petunia asked. Iris laughed. More like eagles. I didn't expect to be this nervous. You're about to promise to spend the rest of your life with a man you've only known for 2 weeks. Why wouldn't you be nervous? Well, thanks for helping me calm down. A simple, everything's going to be okay, would suffice. Iris opened the front door, determined to walk the short distance to the church. It was only 2 blocks, and there was really no need to hitch up the buggy for that short distance. Maybe it would help calm her nerves. When the 2 women reached the church, they were still arm in arm. Tracy was waiting outside. Francis didn't want to see you before the wedding. He said his first wedding didn't work out, so he wants to do everything just right on this one. She pulled out a handkerchief. This belonged to Francis and Andy's mother. It will count for something old, borrowed, and blue. Do you have something new? Iris nodded. My hat is new. Edna Petunia had worked hard to make her just the hat she wanted for the wedding. It's pretty. Tracy's eyes landed on Edna Petunia's hat, but she didn't comment. I don't think I've met you yet. I'm Tracy Harvey. Edna accepted Tracy's outstretched hand. I'm Edna Petunia Blue. Another flower name? Are you related to Iris then? Edna laughed uproariously. No, of course not. I just feel like a member of the family, so I took on a flower middle name. Do you like it? Tracy nodded slowly, obviously trying to decide what to think of the older woman. It's lovely, Edna smiled, straightening her hat. I think so too. She opened the door to the church and peeked inside. It looks like everyone is in place. I'm going to go in and stand at the front. Iris nodded. You do that. I'll be right behind you. As soon as Edna Petunia had disappeared into the church, Iris looked at Tracy. She's been a wonderful companion to me. She felt like she should apologize for the older woman's quirky ways, but she just couldn't make herself do it. I love her like an aunt. She seems like an interesting woman, Tracy said carefully. She obviously didn't want to offend Iris. Iris laughed aloud. She's the most interesting woman I've ever met in my life. She took a deep breath. I'm nervous. Tracy smiled. You'd have to be superhuman not to be nervous. It's hard to marry a man you've only known for a short while. I would know. Oh, that's right. You were a mail-order bride. And you've been married how long? Over 20 years, Tracy said with a smile. It worked out well for me. I married a good man. You're marrying a good man as well. He's had some rough years since Catherine died, but I think you two will be good for each other. She paused, making a face. Just be patient with him. Iris took a deep breath. I will be. I need it to work. Those little girls deserve nothing but the best. They're easy to love, aren't they? Tracy asked. They are. Iris closed her eyes and concentrated on breathing deeply. I'm doing the right thing, aren't I? Tracy smiled. I think so. Of course, you don't know me at all. I'm a good judge of character though. I know you wouldn't steer me wrong. One more deep breath and Iris announced. I think I'm ready. Oh, I almost forgot. Tracy picked up a small bouquet of flowers she'd placed on a bench beside the front door of the church. Francis said to give you these. Oh. My irises. I almost forgot. Iris took them and inhaled deeply. My mother has insisted that each of her daughters have her own flower on her wedding day. Thank you so much. Francis told me you had to have them. Tracy smiled. Your father's not here to give you away. Do you want Andy to do it, or would you rather skip that part? Iris thought about it for a moment and finally shook her head. She'd seen her father walk 4 of her sisters down the aisle. There was no one who could take his place for that. If my father can't do it, then I'd rather not have anyone. Thank you, though. Let me open the door for you then. Walk straight down the aisle to the front where Francis is waiting. The girls are bouncing up and down in the front pew on the right. They're so excited. She patted Iris's arm. It's going to be all right. Iris smiled. I'm glad you're keeping them for a few days, but I'm just as glad they'll be mine soon. I understand completely. You do need the time alone with Francis first. Tracy walked to the door and opened it wide, holding it for Iris. Iris walked slowly down the aisle toward her future husband, surprised at the number of people who had turned up for their wedding. With only a week's notice, she'd expected most people to skip it, but it looked as if the entire town of nowhere had come. When she reached the front of the church, Francis took her hand in his, looking down into her eyes. The next few minutes were a blur as the pastor carefully led them through their vows. Iris would never remember anything else about the ceremony except the words, "You may now kiss the bride." Francis leaned down and kissed her, but not a sweet peck on the lips like she'd expected. He pulled her into his arms and dipped her back, kissing her madly. The congregation laughed and cheered for them as he set her back on her feet. The pastor introduced them as Mr. and Dr. Harvey. The name seemed strange, but Iris knew she was doing the right thing by taking it. She needed to have the same last name as her husband and the girls. The girls jumped up and rushed Iris, all but knocking her down again. Katie buried her face in Iris's bosom. I'm so glad you're my new ma. Iris leaned down and kissed the top of the girl's head. I'm glad to have such a sweet daughter. Stood beside her sister. She looked pleased, but worried as well. Iris reached out and stroked Eddie's cheek. Is something wrong? Eddie shrugged, obviously reluctant to talk about what was bothering her. Not really. Iris looked at Francis for a moment, ignoring the crowd of people around them. If you'll excuse us, I need to have a talk with my new daughter. She put her hand through Eddie's arm and walked with her outside of the church, leaving Francis staring after them. Tell me what's wrong, Eddie. Didn't you want me to marry your pa? Eddie shook her head emphatically. That isn't it at all, Dr. Iris. I mean Ma. I feel like you like Mally, 'cause she's the oldest. I know you like Katie, because she's little and cute, but I'm just me. Boring old Eddie. I'm worried you won't want me, and I'll have nowhere to go. Iris blinked a few times at the girl. She was only 8 and had so many insecurities. I do want you, Eddie. Mally is older, and she's sweet. She's a big help around the house. And Katie is little and cute. But you? I think you and I are going to get along the best. You know why? Eddie shook her head, her eyes wide with wonder. Because you want to get along. The other two just assume I'm going to love them, but you? You're going to be on your best behavior and find things for us to do together so we can get along. And I'm going to need your help learning to be a good ma. Iris slipped her arm around the girl. I'm so happy you're my daughter. Eddie sniffled, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. Thank you. For what? For being my ma. She rested her head on Iris's shoulder for a moment contentedly. Iris stroked Eddie's back softly. Are you ready to go back in? She asked carefully. She didn't want the girl to feel rushed. Eddie nodded. Yes. All of our things are in the wagon to go to Aunt Tracy's. Are you and Pa driving us out there? Iris was hesitant to answer. She was relatively certain they would need to ride out with Tracy and Andy, but she didn't want to say that immediately. Let's go see what your pa has planned. Really, she was ready to be alone with her husband, but she didn't want to say that to the girl. She hoped their conversation was enough that they would have a harmonious start to their first month as a family. Iris had never been a mother before, so she needed the girls to help her along as she learned. When she reached Francis's side again, he raised an eyebrow. She nodded to let him know that all was well, before taking his hand. What's the plan now? She whispered, feeling as if they were being stared at by everyone. I don't know, he whispered back. There's no reception, so I thought people would just leave. Iris stifled a giggle. It would be nice to know what to expect at her own wedding, but sometimes you just had to go along and see what happened. Tracy came over and pulled Iris into a tight hug. It's so nice to have a new sister. Iris smiled. Thank you for welcoming me. A woman can never have enough sisters. Francis let out a bark of laughter. This from a woman with 7 sisters. Tracy put her lips to Iris's ear. Do you want me to take the girls to my house now? That way everyone will know the ceremony is over and head home. Iris nodded. She wanted to be alone with her new husband more than anything. Please. I'm ready to get out of here. Tracy stepped back. I know you two are ready to be off, so I'll take the girls home with me now. Did you put clothes for them in your wagon? Francis smiled, understanding immediately what Tracy was trying to do for them. I put everything in your wagon after we got here. Sounds good. Tracy's voice was no nonsense. She turned to Andy, who was right behind her. Time for us to go. We'll give them back after church on Sunday. All 3 girls hugged Francis and Iris, before following their aunt and uncle out the door. As Tracy had predicted, everyone else disappeared quickly. Iris was quickly introduced to Francis's other brother Arthur, and she got a quick hug from Maddie. Before Iris knew it, the only people left in the church were her, Francis, and Edna Petunia, who was sitting calmly in a pew as if she had all the time in the world to sit there and pray. Iris asked no questions, because she knew she would get no answers. Are you ready? Francis asked. Iris nodded. I've been ready. Let's go get the last of my things from my house. Francis made a face. Do you need them right away? I was hoping we could go straight to our place. He stroked her back as he said the words, leaving her in no doubt of why he was in a hurry. Iris nodded. Yes, I do. I'm sorry. She didn't want to delay things any more than he did, but she hadn't worked that long and hard on the nightgown to not use it on her wedding night. Or wedding afternoon, as the case may be. All right then. Let's go get them. He offered her his arm as they walked out into the churchyard to his wagon. Is there a lot? He asked, helping her up. She shook her head. Just one small trunk. I sent everything else with you and the girls on Saturday. He ran around the wagon and climbed up beside her. So how long do you think this is going to take? Iris looked at him slyly. Are you in a hurry? He cupped the back of her neck, pulling her to him. His kiss took her by surprise. All of the pent-up passion from the last week was in it. He nipped at her bottom lip before raising his head. I don't know. Are you? Iris sighed. I guess I am. Why are we wasting our time sitting here talking? He laughed and picked up the reins. Let's get moving. When they reached her little house, it felt eerily silent to her. She knew that Edna Petunia was packed up to move, well, wherever she was moving to. She led him into her bedroom and pointed to the trunk. The bed was nicely made, but it was a house that she'd rented fully furnished, so she left it the way she'd found it. Francis looked at the trunk and then at his new wife. They were alone. He wasn't about to waste the opportunity. Instead of picking up the trunk, he took a step toward Iris and pulled her to him, his mouth finding hers while his hands roamed up and down her back. He cupped her bottom and pulled her hips against his. I want to be inside you, he whispered. Iris hadn't even considered that anything could possibly happen at her house. She looked up at him for a moment and then slowly nodded. That's what I want too. She pulled his head down for another kiss, and he slowly backed her toward the bed. When she felt it hit the back of her thighs, she sat down on it. He pushed her to her back and followed her down. I need you, Iris. His words were accompanied by his fingers at the neck of her dress, freeing the buttons from their holes. Iris grasped his shoulders. I'm yours. And she was. Never in her life had she wanted to belong to someone the way she did Francis. He lowered his mouth to hers, his fingers making quick work of her buttons. Her hands went to his jacket and pushed it off his shoulders. He moved so that his hips were in the notch between her thighs. He pressed against her, groaning at the exquisite pleasure of being so close to her, knowing they wouldn't have to stop this time. Iris? What are you doing here? Francis groaned as he heard Edna Petunia's voice accompanied by the door closing. He looked up, and there she was. He rolled off his new bride and raked his fingers through his hair. Edna looked like she was stifling laughter. Couldn't wait, could you? Francis sighed. I guess we'll have to. He got to his feet while Iris hastily buttoned her dress. What are you doing here, Edna Petunia? Iris asked, blushing profusely. She couldn't believe she'd been caught, but at least they were married when they were caught. She would have been mortified if someone had happened upon them in the wagon the week before. I came to get my things, the older woman replied. I'll be on my way in a minute. If you can wait that long, you're welcome to carry on. Francis shook his head. I think we'll go to my place, but thank you kindly for the offer. Edna was still laughing as she closed the front door behind them. Chapter 9. When they pulled up in front of Francis's home 30 minutes later, Iris felt like she was about to come out of her skin. She was desperate to get into the bedroom with her new husband and consummate their marriage. Few words had been exchanged on the ride from town, because both were too wound up to try to converse. They wanted nothing from life but to be in bed together, and they both knew it. He helped her down from the wagon and carried her trunk inside. My bedroom is the only one on this floor, he told her, before ducking back outside to deal with the horses. Iris didn't wait for more information. She opened the first door she saw and was surprised to see a bathroom, complete with running water. She hadn't expected that in Texas, even though she'd grown up with the convenience in Seattle. She closed that door and opened the only other door there. That's what she'd been looking for. His bedroom was definitely a man's room. There was a huge 4-poster bed along one wall, with a dresser and a wardrobe along the others. The only other piece of furniture was a rocking chair. Iris grabbed her new nightgown from the trunk and changed quickly. The gown was an emerald green, which matched her eyes perfectly. She climbed into the bed and resisted the urge to cover up. She'd spent too much time on this nightgown to be covered when Francis first saw her in it. Francis finished with the horses and opened the front door. He hoped that Iris was waiting for him and hadn't gotten involved in doing anything else. He was worried she'd gone off to explore the house or started puttering in the kitchen. He opened the door, and she was nowhere to be seen. He walked to his bedroom, noticing immediately the door was standing open. When he spotted her, his heart stopped beating for a moment, and then sped up to twice its normal pace. She was lounging on her side on the bed, her eyes meeting his immediately. Her nightgown covered her breasts and all the way down to her ankles, except for the slit that went all the way up one thigh, almost to her hip. It was low-cut, so her breasts were tantalizingly displayed for him. He swallowed hard, more than a little nervous. Yes, he'd done this before, but it had been a long time, and his wife hadn't been particularly interested in his attentions. Iris was, and he desperately wanted to keep it that way. He walked into the room and closed the door, immediately shrugging out of his suit coat. He laid it over the arm of the rocking chair and kicked off his shoes. "You look more beautiful than any woman I've ever seen." He wasn't given to flowery speeches, but there was just something about his wife that made him want to write poetry or compose songs to her beauty. Iris smiled, not certain how to respond to the compliment. If she said thank you, would he assume that she agreed that she was beautiful? She remained silent, watching him as he removed his tie and then his shirt. His chest was covered with a light dusting of hair that looked soft to her. She couldn't wait to find out how it felt. She wanted to touch him everywhere, lick him everywhere. She hoped he was a patient man, because there was a lot of exploring she wanted to do before the night was out. Francis took his socks off, standing in front of her in only his slacks. He'd never undressed when it was light out with Catherine, but with Iris? He knew she wouldn't be shocked by the sight of his nudity. It wasn't just that she was a doctor either. Iris was a sexual woman, and she was clearly comfortable with this side of herself. His hands went to the fastening of his pants, and he looked at her face. Her eyes were steadily watching his hands, waiting for him to reveal his entire body to her. He was surprised to find that he was a bit embarrassed about shedding his pants while she watched so intently, but he dropped them anyway, moving quickly to join her on the bed. Francis knelt on the bed facing his new bride, wondering if she would lay quietly while he took charge. Somehow he doubted it, but he couldn't help but wonder if that was her plan. Iris got to her knees facing Francis, a smile on her lips. "I've seen many drawings of the male anatomy. I've even seen some naked men in my studies and time as a doctor. Never have I seen one as magnificent as you are." She reached down and traced a finger across his erection. "Never have I seen one in quite the state you're in either." Francis sucked in a breath at her touch. "I should hope not." He knelt quietly on the bed while she explored him with just her index finger. He couldn't tolerate her touch for an extended period, though, and after a moment, he caught her hand. "You have to stop. I can't wait long as it is." Iris pouted a little as her explorations were stopped, but she quickly leaned forward to kiss his lips. "I don't know that I want you to wait long." He groaned, pulling her closer to him. His hands roamed over her body, through the thin silk of her nightgown. He cupped her breast in his hand, his thumb finding her nipple and teasing it. He kissed his way down her cheek and to her neck, nipping at it softly. Iris tilted her head to the side to give him better access to her neck. His touch felt so good. She wanted him to touch her bare skin, but she wasn't certain if she should suggest removing her nightgown. Maybe he liked her better with it on. Francis pushed down the thin strap to her gown, his lips tracing her shoulder. He loved her nightgown, but all he could think of doing was taking it off. "Are you attached to this nightgown?" he asked quietly. Iris looked at him with a frown. "Well, I like it, but I wouldn't mind taking it off." Before the words were finished passing her lips, he pushed it down off her shoulders, letting it pull at her waist. When her breasts were bared to his view, he leaned down and caught one of her nipples in his mouth, his tongue teasing her. Iris moaned softly, winding her fingers through his hair. "That feels so good." He pushed her gown the rest of the way off, laying her on the bed and following her down. He came down over her, his lips toying with hers as his hands stroked up and down her body. His knee moved between her thighs, spreading them wide for his touch. When Iris felt his flesh touch her most secret place, she almost came off the bed. She needed more from him than just the touch of his knee against her. She needed him buried deep inside her. Yes, she may be a virgin, but she'd studied enough about human anatomy that she was desperate to have him. Please. Francis was startled by the word that passed her lips. What? What did she mean by please? I need you inside me. Stop playing and come to me. Please. Iris knew the words were wanton, but she didn't care. A woman was made to feel pleasure, just like a man was. She didn't care what anyone said. Francis moved his hand between her thighs to test her readiness for him. He wasn't about to deny her, but he didn't want to hurt her either. As soon as he touched her, he felt her moistness and sighed. Are you sure you're ready? He knew she was physically, but he needed her to be ready in every way for his invasion of her body. Yes. I've been ready. She knew she sounded demanding. She knew she'd probably be embarrassed to remember this moment later, but for now, she needed him and she wasn't about to deny it. Francis moved so he was lying between her spread thighs. His mouth covered hers as he reached down with one hand to guide himself to her entrance. Carefully he moved inside her, doing his best not to hurt her. He reached her maidenhead and pushed hard, cringing at her gasp of pain. When he was seated all the way inside her, he stopped, looking down at her face to be certain she wasn't in too much pain. He leaned down and kissed her softly. Are you all right? Iris laid there for a moment, taking stock. Yes, it had hurt, but not nearly as badly as she'd thought it would. More than anything, she felt full. He felt huge inside her, but it was a pleasant fullness. She arched her hips, moving up against him, and he groaned. You can't move like that unless you're ready for me to continue. Iris widened her eyes, trying to look innocent as she made the move again. You mean like this? His mouth dropped to hers as his hips began the age-old rhythm. He just had to last longer than she did, he told himself. Catherine had never found pleasure in his arms, but he had no doubt Iris would. The sexy woman in bed with him was wild for him, and he couldn't have been happier. Iris felt her body tightening with every move he made. She wanted more. No, she needed more. She knew on paper what should happen to her body, but experiencing it was something else entirely. She could feel her passion building, and she wanted everything from this experience. Francis felt the sweat standing out on his brow with the effort it took to hold off until his sweet bride finished. She wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him in even deeper. She moaned loudly as she met every thrust with one of her own. Finally, she felt herself shatter and let out a low wailing sound, arching up into him. Francis felt her clench around him, finally letting himself go. He groaned gutturally as he spilled his seed within her. He collapsed atop her, vaguely worried that he'd hurt her. Iris sighed contentedly several minutes later, making Francis realize he was still atop her. He rolled to his side, pulling her close. The sun was still up. It was early evening, and he was the happiest man alive. His hands couldn't stop stroking her and exploring her body. Iris buried her face in his neck and smiled. That was lovely. Francis laughed softly. Lovely? It wasn't fantastic and wonderful and the best experience of your life? She looked up at him. You need something to shoot for next time, right? Pulling her even closer, he smiled. I suppose I do. Much later, when Iris wandered into the kitchen to fix them something to eat, she found a note on the table. Casserole in the oven. Hope you enjoy your alone time. Much love, Edith. Iris was relieved. She could cook, but she needed to think about it in advance and make sure she had the ingredients she needed. She had been nervous about being able to throw a meal together on her own with no time to think about what she could cook, not knowing what ingredients would be there. Cooking had not been a subject taught to the Sullivan daughters. From behind. Something smells good. Iris turned in his arms, raising her lips for his kiss. Edith had dinner waiting in the oven for us. I just had to heat it up. That will make things easier for you. Francis pulled away. He had put on his work clothes and sat down to put his boots on. I'll milk the cows while you put supper on. He had explained that he raised his beef for slaughter, but he always kept a cow or two in the barn for milk. That sounds good. Iris looked at him, finding him watching her. She plopped down in his lap and kissed his cheek. Today has been wonderful, he grinned. I agree. I've never dreamed that I would find someone I was so compatible with. He kissed her neck, before blowing on it, making obnoxious noises. Now get off me so I can go work, woman. Iris laughed and jumped to her feet. I'll have supper on the table before you get back. After he was gone, she stared at the door for a minute before setting the table. He was a good man, and she was blessed to have him as her husband. Their week alone went by far too quickly for Iris. Before she knew it, it was Sunday and time for the girls to come home. At church, the girls hugged her as if it had been months since they'd seen her. We're coming home today, Katie announced. I know you are. I can't wait. Iris had spent the day Saturday washing their linens and getting their room cleaned. She was ready for them to come home, although she was nervous about being able to be a mother and run a medical practice. She still wasn't busy, but there were more people every day. Why, she hadn't had a day with no patients at all in over a week. Iris didn't see Edna Petunia at church, and she was a little concerned, but she didn't know where to find the woman. She decided to wait a week or two, and if she hadn't seen her, she would start asking around. She knew that if Edna didn't want to be found, there was no way she could find her without help. They went to Tracy's for lunch after church, and Iris donned the same apron she'd worn the first time she'd gone to the ranch. Thank you so much for watching the girls for us, she said as she brushed butter on top of all the rolls Tracy had made. Our time alone together was precious, Tracy smiled. Anytime you need me to watch them so you can have a little alone time, you let me know. It's hard enough being a newlywed without 3 children underfoot. So far, it hasn't been hard to be a newlywed at all, Iris said with a grin. Tracy laughed. But both of you only worked half days this past week, right? At Iris's nod, she continued. When you both go back to working full-time tomorrow, you'll understand what I mean. There are so many demands on your time, you're going to find it hard to find time for each other. Iris shook her head. No, we won't. We both want our marriage to be a priority, so it will. I hope you're right. Tracy shrugged. I did wash all the girls' clothes yesterday to make it easier for you this week. If you need anything from me, just let me know. She put the platter of fried chicken she'd made onto the table. How's Edith working out as your nurse? It's like she was born to it. I hope she enjoys the work half as much as I enjoy working with her. Edith handled both the paperwork that came with running a doctor's office and her chores as a nurse with ease. I had someone come in who was bleeding all over on Friday, and Edith just handled it easily. I even had her do a few of the stitches so she could learn how. Tracy smiled proudly. She's never been one to flinch at the sight of blood. Most girls her age would be running in the other direction, so it's nice to have her. Iris finished setting the table and poured drinks for everyone. Do you want me to go get the men? Yes, please. Tracy poured the gravy she'd made with the chicken drippings into a bowl. It's time to eat. Iris removed her apron and went into the barn to fetch the men. She's as different as Catherine was as night and day, she heard Francis say. She started to announce her presence, but waited as Andy responded. Well, Catherine was a timid little thing. There's nothing timid about Iris. Who'd have thought a woman doctor could move here and set this town on its ear like she has? People sure are talking, Francis said with a laugh. They're slowly starting to go to see her as well. Crazy old Dolores Pinkston is sure talking. She says that she must be some kind of witch who put a spell on you or you never would have thrown over Beulah May. Beulah May? You know I kissed her once. I must have been 13 or so. It was just like kissing a tree. I wouldn't marry that woman if she was the only female left in the whole state of Texas. Andy laughed. Someone might need to tell Dolores that. Iris called out then, not willing to hear anything else. She was happy that Francis had never had feelings for Beulah May, but were they insulting her for not being more timid like Catherine had been? Time for lunch. Francis turned to see Iris standing just inside the barn. She grew more beautiful every day in his eyes. He didn't care if she was all dressed up for church as she was now, or wearing one of her split skirts like she wore for doctoring. She was the best thing that had ever happened to him and his girls, and he thanked God for her every day. "We're coming," Andy called back. "Tracy make chicken?" "She did." "Does that sound good?" Francis laughed. "Tracy's chicken always sounds good. She makes it most Sundays." He walked across the barn to her, leaning down to brush his lips across hers. Andy watched them with a grin. "Sure is nice to see a couple of people so much in love," he said. "You remind me of when Tracy and I were first married. I couldn't keep my hands off her." "Well, after you forgave her for coming out here to marry you, that was true." Andy shrugged. "Oh, I soon realized she was here because of my meddling brother, and through no fault of her own." He clapped Francis on the back, his eyes approving of the way his brother held his bride's hand as they headed for the house. "You two going for a walk after lunch? The flowers are prettier than ever." Francis glanced at Iris. "I'd like that. You up for a walk?" Iris nodded, smiling. She wouldn't have more time alone with Francis until after the girls were in bed, so she grasped at what she could have. "It sounds lovely." Andy smiled. "We'll keep the girls here." Iris almost laughed. The entire family seemed to want to give them as much alone time as they could, which thrilled her to no end. She needed her time alone with Francis. It was almost dark by the time they arrived home that evening. Tracy had sent home leftover fried chicken for their supper. All Iris had to do was pop it in the oven for a few minutes. She was starting to worry that all the Harvey family doubted her cooking skills, but she didn't care. She wasn't known for her cooking. She was known for her doctoring, though. That's what she cared about. After supper, she went upstairs with the girls, telling them all a story before bed. "We want to hear a story about an ogre," Mally informed her. "You told us they were big and stupid." Iris laughed, sitting down on the edge of Mally's bed. All three girls shared one room. Eddie and Katie shared a big bed, while Mally had her own. "Oh, of course. My sister, Hyacinth, wrote a book about an ogre once. Why don't I tell you that story?" Half an hour later, she descended the stairs, thankful that the girls' room was upstairs, while she and Francis would sleep downstairs. She still hadn't perfected the art of making love quietly. Francis smiled at her, meeting her halfway across the room and sweeping her into his arms. "It feels like weeks since we last made love," he whispered as his hands caressed her urgently. "Oh, it's been at least 14 hours, she told him. "We'd better hurry to bed before you explode." He picked her up and carried her into the bedroom, setting her gently on the bed. "You're jesting, but I'm not. Get undressed, woman." Iris complied even as she laughed. Living with a randy husband made her happier than she'd imagined she could be. Chapter 10. "You're doing great," Iris told Maddie the following afternoon. "No more vomiting?" "No, the ginger tea is wonderful. I drink some first thing every morning, and anytime I get queasy during the day, it fixes me right up every time." Maddie's cheeks were pink now, and Iris could see that she was regaining some of the weight she'd lost during her pregnancy. "You look good. I'm so glad it's been easier for you." Iris sat on her little stool as she looked at Maddie. "Have you been checked by the midwife again?" Maddie shook her head. "She came by last week, but I told her I was going to have a doctor deliver this baby." "I'd rather you did it." Iris smiled. "I'd be happy to." "So how do you like married life?" Maddie asked, her eyes twinkling. "It's wonderful. Your brother never ceases to amaze me. He brings me flowers every day and makes me feel so loved." Iris wished he'd say he loved her, but as long as he acted the way he was, she wasn't going to complain. "You are so different than Catherine. I'm glad he found you." "Everyone keeps telling me that," Iris said. "How are we different?" Maddie frowned. "It's hard to explain. Catherine just kind of existed. Nothing seemed to make her happy." "Oh, she wasn't running around crying all the time." It wasn't that she was sad. She was just devoid of emotion would be the best way to put it, I guess. She'd smile on occasion, but it just never reached her eyes. Iris frowned. That's really sad. Maddie nodded emphatically. It is. That's what's so wonderful about you. You seem to grab life by the horns and refuse to let go. You moved halfway across the country as a single woman to be a doctor in a state you'd never even visited. Not many women could do that. Catherine seemed to let life happen to her. You make things happen around you. Iris smiled slightly. I'll take that as a compliment, I think. It's meant as one. Maddie climbed down from the table. I feel like I'm waddling around like a penguin. Have you ever seen a penguin walk? My parents took me to a zoo in Dallas when I was a little girl, and I watched them walk. I remember giggling hysterically. Iris laughed. I haven't seen them, but a friend of mine from medical school had. He would do this funny walk to imitate them and we'd all laugh. He said that pregnant women did the penguin waddle. That's what I mean. Maddie shrugged. Just so I'm not the only one doing the penguin waddle, I'm happy. They walked into the front room where Edith was doing some paperwork. When do you want to see me again? Iris smiled. I want to see you on Sunday at church. Do you mean when do I want to see you professionally? Maddie rolled her eyes. You know that's what I mean. How about 2 weeks from now? Iris turned to Edith. Would you mind setting up an appointment for your aunt for 2 weeks from today? Of course not, Aunt Iris. Thank you. Iris had asked Edith not to call her anything but Dr. Sullivan or even Dr. Iris in the office, but since Maddie was the only other person there, she didn't mind. The front door of the office swung open, and a round middle-aged woman with fire in her eyes stepped into the waiting room. Iris took a step back. Mama. It's so good to see you. You should have let me know you were coming for a visit. Iris Sullivan. I told you that you were going to wait 6 months between the day you became engaged until you got married, didn't I? What were you thinking getting married without me there? Now, Mama. I sent you a letter telling you I was marrying, but you could still plan a reception for me, didn't I? I thought you just wanted to celebrate our marriages, not make us wait. You know as well as I do that I wanted to be there for your wedding. Why, I'd bet you didn't even have an iris in your bouquet. Mary looked furious with Iris, and Iris had no idea how to calm her mother. I did have an iris in my bouquet. Didn't I? Iris looked at Maddie and Edith for support. Oh, yes, Mrs. Sullivan. She had the most beautiful bouquet of irises I've ever seen. Edith stood up. I'm Edith Harvey, Iris's new niece. Mary sighed. I'm Mary Sullivan, Iris's irate mother. All of my girls married too quickly for me to plan a nice wedding. When Iris moved to Texas, I told her to promise me she would give me 6 months. She's the youngest, and she should have complied with my wishes, don't you think? Mary's gaze focused on Maddie. Wouldn't you want your daughter to let you plan a nice wedding? Maddie smiled. I'm not getting in the middle of a family squabble, Mrs. Sullivan. Iris did what she felt was right. She winked at Iris. Besides, she's made my brother the happiest man alive. Mary put her hands on her hips. This office is crawling with your new in-laws. Where is Edna Petunia? She'll side with me. Iris shrugged, her hands palm up in front of her. I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? You've lost the crazy old bat? Not exactly. Iris had no idea how to explain what had happened with Edna Petunia to her mother. Not exactly? Either she's here or she isn't? I thought she was going to be your nurse? She was. She quit as of a week ago. She said she had a better offer. She wouldn't answer any questions, except to say the offer had made her the happiest woman on earth. Mary frowned at that. Well, where is she now then? I wish I knew. Iris was starting to worry about her former companion. Violet is going to be very angry that you've lost her. I don't know what to tell you. Iris walked forward and hugged her mother. Where are you staying? With you. My luggage is outside. Mary gestured behind her with her thumb. Iris looked at the clock. It was after 3. She usually didn't close her office until 4, but circumstances were forcing her to do something else. I'm going to go ahead and take my mother out to the ranch, Edith. Would you let anyone who comes by know that I'll be back in the morning at the usual time? Yes, Dr. Iris. Edith seemed to be suppressing a laugh. I'd be happy to. Iris went into the examining room in the back and picked up her bag. I'm ready to go. I promised the girls I'd walk home with them. Would you like to walk over to the school with me to get them? Mary sighed. Of course, I want to go meet my new granddaughters. She left the office with Iris, letting her daughter lead the way. You said their names are Mally, Eddie, and Katie? Yes. Mally is 10, Eddie is 8, and Katie is 6. Their mother, Francis's first wife, died giving birth to Katie. Mary frowned. That's sad. I'm glad they have you for a stepmother, but they would have understood if you'd waited a reasonable length of time. Say, 6 months? It was Mally's idea that I make the compromise with you that I would marry immediately, but let you plan a reception that we would all attend in Seattle in 6 months. September is a beautiful month for a reception, don't you think? It's even more beautiful for a wedding, Mary mumbled grumpily. I guess I'll have to make do, though. We'll make sure all of your sisters are in town, and we'll have the nicest reception anyone in Seattle has ever dreamed of. Iris slipped her arm through her mother's, knowing she was forgiven. You're going to love the girls. Mally's arm was broken, and that's how I met Francis. He's a good man, Mama. I'm sure he is. You would never have married a man who wasn't a good one. Well, I was hoping you'd be the one to let me plan a nice wedding. Were you married in a church? Of course I was, the whole town was there. Iris stopped at the schoolyard, her eyes scanning the playing children for her girls. Mally gave her a curious look as she called for her sisters. She walked over to them, hugging Iris. I thought we were going to play for an hour before you came over to walk us home. Iris smiled. Well, that was the original plan, but I received an unexpected visitor at my office today. This is my mother, Mary Sullivan. She's your new grandmother. Mally looked at Mary curiously. I've never had a grandmother before. What should I call you? Mary opened her arms wide to the child. All of my grandchildren call me Grandma. I'd be honored if you would do the same. Iris watched the two of them with a smile. She'd known her mother would accept the girls immediately, but it still warmed her heart to watch it. Mally stepped forward and hugged Mary tightly. I've always wanted a grandma. And now I have a new mama and a new grandma. Eddie and Katie walked over and looked at their sister hugging a stranger. Girls, this is your new grandmother. Mama, my daughters, Eddie and Katie. Mary looked over Mally's head at the other two girls. Why, Iris led me to believe you were babies. You're practically grown up. Katie stood as tall as she could, her face lit up with a smile. We have a grandmother? Mary simply lifted one arm from around Mally and held it out to the other two girls who rushed to her. Call me Grandma, please. As they walked home, the girls talked to their new grandmother about their day at school and how much they liked living in Texas. Will we get to visit you in Seattle? Mally asked, her eyes wide. Of course you will. Why, you'll be coming for your parents' wedding reception in September. Mary held Mally's good hand and one of Katie's hands as they walked. Eddie was staying close to Iris. When they reached the ranch, Iris was unsure of where to put their unexpected guest. There was a small spare room upstairs, but she hated to ask her mother to take such a tiny room. After a moment of deliberation, she decided she had no choice. She took her mother's bag, which she had carried home for her, and took it up the stairs. The room is small, but it's the only one we have. If you'd given us notice, I would have arranged for you to stay in the house where Francis grew up. His older brother lives there. They have a large spare room. Mary shrugged. If you'd given me notice that you were marrying, I wouldn't have felt the need to come all this way to scold you, now would I? She looked around at the room Iris had designated for her. This will do just fine. How long will you be staying? Iris was almost afraid to ask. Her mother had traveled a long way to stay for just a few days. She was certain she meant to be there for a while. Oh, I'm not sure. Until I'm certain you're happily married. Mary frowned. I may need to find Edna Petunia before I go. Violet would never forgive me otherwise. Iris sighed. She's happy, Mama. Isn't that what's important? What if she drank a little too much of her special tonic, and she fell into a river and drowned? How would you feel then? I'd feel terrible, but she made it very clear that she was going to go on with her life with or without my approval. I couldn't have stopped her from walking beside that river. What river, Iris didn't know, but she knew her mother would, and that's what was important. I need to go start supper. I'll leave you to get settled. Iris hurried down the stairs, wishing she knew how to get a message to Francis. If she had any idea at all where he was on the ranch, she'd ride out to talk to him. Of course, her mother didn't yet realize that she rode astride in a split skirt, so it was probably best if she waited for another day to go hunting down her husband on the range. She hurriedly fixed supper while she waited for Francis to come in. She wanted to talk to him privately, so she watched out the window with half an eye the whole time she worked. Finally, she saw him riding into the yard just as she was setting the table. She could hear the girls laughing with her mother upstairs, so she slipped outside to talk to him for a moment. She walked into the stable and saw him rubbing his horse down. Francis, she began. Francis turned to her, startled. He hadn't expected to see her in the stable. He dropped the towel he was using on his horse and walked to his wife, embracing her. How was your day? He asked after a long kiss. Different, she said. My mother is here. She came all the way from Seattle to make sure I'm happy. I don't know how to get her to go home again. She said she's staying until she's certain we're happily married. Francis frowned. Well, we are happily married, so that should only take her a few minutes to figure out. She'll be on a train in the morning, right? Iris shrugged. In theory. She's also upset that I've lost Edna Petunia. Edna Petunia is a grown woman, and she's lost herself. You have no responsibility there. Did you tell her that? Iris frowned. You don't understand. My mother is, well, she's something of a force to be reckoned with. Trust me, you don't want to cross her. Francis removed his hat with one hand and ran his fingers through his hair with the other. So how are we going to get rid of her? I don't feel like you're going to be happy until she's gone. I won't be unhappy. It's just, I'm not going to feel comfortable making love with her in the house. Well, you've just made me unhappy. Francis didn't know why her mother had come, but he obviously needed to get rid of her as soon as possible. He wasn't about to go too long without making love to his bride. He sighed, pulling her into his arms again. We'll figure it out. She's got to be able to look at us and see how happy we are. Everyone else in Nowhere sure can. Iris rested her head against his shoulder. As much as I love her, I love you and the girls more. I'm afraid she's only going to interfere. Iris stopped, almost putting her hand over her mouth. Before she'd used the word love, she hadn't even been certain she felt it. As soon as it slipped out, she knew it was true. She was in love with her husband. She only hoped he felt the same. Francis looked down at Iris for a moment, his heart filling with her words. She'd said before she loved the girls, but this time she'd included him in it. But was she talking about a real love? The way he loved her? We all love you, too. Iris smiled. I know you do. She suddenly regretted the words. He'd said them to her only because she'd said them first, and he didn't want her to feel bad. Francis watched the light go out of her eyes. What's wrong? She shook her head. Nothing. I need to finish putting dinner on the table. I just wanted you to know Mama was here. She turned and headed into the house, deep in thought. Francis watched her go, wishing he knew how to make her feel better. Something had just happened, and he didn't even know what it was. He finished rubbing his horse down before walking up to the house. He went into the bathroom to wash his hands and face. He didn't want to meet his mother-in-law looking like he'd been wrestling cows all day, whether he had been or not. Francis took his spot at the head of the table, watching as his daughters came down the stairs with a plump woman who looked to be in her early 50s. He got to his feet out of respect for her. "Mrs. Sullivan, I'm Francis Harvey. I've heard a great deal about you." Mary studied him, shaking hands with him before taking a seat at the table beside Katie. "So tell me how wonderful my daughter is." Francis was taken aback. Who would begin a conversation with someone they'd just met that way? "Well, she's a good doctor, and so far she's a wonderful wife and mother. I can't imagine anyone I'd rather spend the rest of my life with." Mary nodded. "Why does Iris seem unhappy? Did you two fight when she went outside to warn you that I was here?" "Of course not. Once I trusted her to take care of my daughter's broken arm, we stopped fighting." "You two have been married for how long, and you haven't had a good fight yet?" Mary looked back and forth between Iris and Francis. "Well, no wonder she looks miserable. You need to have a good rousing fight so you can remember why you got married in the first place." "Oh, Mama, don't be ridiculous." Iris set the food on the table, before taking her spot at the foot of the table, closest to the work table. Anything they needed, she'd be able to jump up and get for them. "Dinner looks good, Iris. It's still odd to me that you went off to medical school and learned to cook while you were there. Just doesn't make any sense. There were no servants at medical school. It was learn to cook or starve." Mary didn't say anything else as Francis said a prayer over their meal. She watched everyone at the table with an eagle eye while they ate, though. After everyone was finished, she announced that she and the girls would clean up. "You two go for a walk or something while it's still daylight." "That's all right. I can clean up," Iris answered. "No, you can't. You worked all day, and then you came home and cooked dinner. Why would you think you should clean up? Go for a walk with your husband." Iris nodded, heading for the door, with Francis right behind her. As soon as they were out of earshot of the house, Francis said, "You know, your mother is right. You do look miserable." "Why?" Iris shrugged. She wasn't certain she could put her feelings into words, and more importantly, she wasn't certain she wanted to. "No reason." Francis caught her arm and forced her to face him. "That's not true, and we both know it. I upset you with something I said in the stable, and I have no idea what it was. I need you to tell me, because I'm not a mind reader." Iris sighed. "I got upset when you told me you loved me, because I knew you just said it because I did. I've wanted to hear those words from you, but I didn't want you to say them just because I did." Francis gaped at her in astonishment. "Do you think so little of me that you think I would lie to you about my feelings? You must not know me at all." He wasn't certain if he should be angry or hurt, but he felt a little of both. He'd never told Catherine he loved her in their 7 years of marriage, because he'd never felt it. The first time he told a woman he loved her, he didn't expect her to call him a liar. "Well, why didn't you say you loved me before then? Why wait for me to say it?" She knew she was probably pushing him too far, but at that moment, it mattered too much to her to let it go. "Why? I spent 7 years married to a woman who went through the motions of life. I don't think she truly cared about anything. She loved the girls, but other than that, she was like a lifeless doll." He looked up at the sky that was just now starting to darken. "It's hard to get over something like that and move on with your life. I married you because I wanted to. I never would have agreed to marry her if I'd met her first. Never." "You?" "It was all I could think of after the second time I met you." Iris closed her eyes for a moment. Tracy had told her to be patient, and she'd done just the opposite. She took a step forward and laid her hand on his chest. "I'm so sorry. I never should have accused you of anything. I've never been in a relationship like that, so I can't say I understand, because I don't. I do know I was wrong. Will you forgive me?" Francis frowned at her for a moment before finally nodding. "Of course I forgive you. I love you. What else could I do?" Iris stepped forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. I love you as well. I'm so glad I found you. I found you, you mean? I went into your office. You didn't come to my ranch. He closed his arms around her, rubbing her back softly. I'm glad you're here. They walked back to the house hand in hand. When Mary saw them, she smiled. I see you worked everything out. My girl looks just as happy as she did this afternoon when I first saw her. She leaned back in her chair. I'll be going home as soon as I can find Edna Petunia. I know you're happy. Iris smiled, hoping her mother found Edna quickly. She wanted time with her husband and children. Francis obviously was thinking along the same lines. We'll all start searching for her in the morning. Epilogue. 6 months later. Iris smiled at her sister Violet. I wish she'd come too, but she's just too busy right now. Why don't you come to Texas and see us? Texas? You want me to travel that far on a train with an infant? Violet patted her slightly rounded stomach. With another on the way? Well, it's probably not the best idea in the world, but Edna Petunia isn't leaving Texas anytime soon. Iris's face lit up. Oh, you should see her, Vi. I've never seen her so happy. She's really in her element. I'm so glad to hear it. Well, tell her to write me. Violet looked at something over Iris's shoulder. Look out. Jasmine's coming. Iris wasn't nearly as nervous around Jasmine as her sisters were. As the youngest daughter, she'd missed out on some of Jasmine's worst pranks. Jasmine, she said with a smile as she turned to face her sister. Jasmine hugged Iris tightly. How's my favorite youngest sister? She asked with a smile. Iris patted her burgeoning belly. Round. How are you? Jasmine let out a loud laugh. Happy to be back in Seattle. Mama's happy to finally get to have a party for one of us. I think she would have liked it better if you hadn't been pregnant for your reception, but at least she got to plan one. She's made it very clear how she feels about me doing things the way I did, Iris said with a sigh. I was sure she'd forgive me for the fast wedding if I just let her plan a big reception. Oh, she forgave you as soon as you introduced her to her 3 new granddaughters. I swear, Mama would collect every child on the planet if she could. Nathan's the only reason Mama forgave me for marrying so fast, Violet interjected. Then the other 2 grandchildren helped. Rose and Lily saw them and headed across the huge ballroom their mother had rented out for the reception. Rose pulled Iris into an embrace. I hate that I haven't gotten to see you yet since you arrived. 2 of the children have been sick. Don't worry, Rose. I've kept her busy, Lily told her. Have you met Francis and the girls yet? Rose shook her head. Where are they? Iris searched the room and then pointed in the direction of Francis, who was talking to Uncle Max, Sean, and Daniel. Francis is in good company. Rose smiled. Hopefully Sean isn't talking his ear off about dental hygiene. I swear, if I'd known marrying a dentist would have made my life all about clean teeth, I'd have married Sean anyway. The other sisters laughed. Hyacinth slipped up behind them, her youngest baby at her shoulder. What are we talking about? She asked, patting her son's back. Oh, nothing much, Violet told her. Where are Daisy and Amaryllis? It's almost time for us to start the dancing, but after the first few bars, I want all my sisters on the dance floor with me. Rose rolled her eyes. They're off huddled in the corner as usual. Those 2 always go off alone. They claim it's because they need time together when they finally have it. They hate living so far apart. We all do, Iris said with a frown. But I'm glad I went to Texas. I wouldn't have met Francis otherwise. The orchestra started the slow strains of a waltz, and suddenly the sisters were surrounded by their men. Daisy and Amaryllis joined them. Francis, looking handsome but uncomfortable in his suit, held his hand out for Iris. May I have this dance? Iris smiled, placing her hand in his. I can think of no one I'd rather dance through life with. They stepped onto the dance floor, and he swung her into the first dance. She'd spent months teaching him to waltz, knowing her mother would insist they dance alone for at least a moment, before the others joined them. He led her flawlessly across the dance floor, and only she knew that he was carefully counting out the steps under his breath. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. When the others joined them, Frances visibly relaxed. "Have you met all my sisters now?" she asked. He frowned, looking around. "Not Rose, but I met the others. I talked to Rose's husband for a few minutes though. I saw you talking to Uncle Max. What did you think of him?" "He seems really nice. Everyone here has been wonderful, but I'm ready to get back home. I miss Texas." Iris nodded. "I do too, but I'm happy for a respite from the heat." "Are you sure it won't get cool until the end of October?" "That's when you'll find it tolerable again. At least the baby will be born in the winter." "I'm happy about that," she said. "A baby in the heat of the Texas summer would be unbearable." Frances brushed a kiss across her forehead. "I'm glad we came here for the reception, though. Your mother went all out." Iris looked around at the huge crowd. "I'm just glad all my sisters are here. I wasn't worried about the others." Frances shrugged. "As long as you're happy, I'm happy. Have I mentioned in the last 5 minutes that you're the most beautiful woman in the room, and I love you beyond comprehension?" Iris shook her head with a laugh. "Well, you are. Thank you for being my wife and the mother of my children. I love you, Dr. Iris Sullivan Harvey." The dance stopped, and she clapped politely with the other dancers for a moment. Resting her head on his shoulder, she whispered, "I love you right back, Frances. As long as I'm beside you, life will always be perfect."